afternoon. This is the CHamoru Land Trust Commission regular board meeting. Today's date is May 8th, 2025 at 1 o'clock p.m. This meeting is now called to order. Certification of quorum. I'd like to call on the commissioners. They have the login paper. Commissioner Earl Rita. Fabian C. Respicio.
Present.
Jeremy Rojas.
Present.
Arlene Bordalio. Present. Mr. Joey Cruz.
Present.
And Attorney Norman Miller.
Present.
Good afternoon and welcome to the new commissioners.
Thank you.
Mrs. Respicio and Mr. Rojas. Public notice requirement. The Guam Daily News Post was published on May 1st and May 8th, 2025. The Guam Public Mass Notice website and the CHamoru Land Trust Facebook page. Approval of the minutes of January 16, 2025. And are there any questions on the minutes? There being none, I need a motion to accept the minute. Yes, Commissioner.
There are some corrections that need to be made in the minutes. As an example, page 5. Actually, in all the action items where it says commission, it should be commissioner. Like page 4 says action motion with commission, JJPJ Lannis. I believe that should be commissioner.
Right.
So that's basically the only real corrections I want to have made to the record.
I have some additional corrections to be noted. Okay, on page 2, item number letter C, last sentence, the staff was instructed to call policy right away. Should that be please? Should that word be please?
Page 2.
Yeah, page 2.
Letter C.
Letter C, last sentence. The staff was instructed to call policy right away if they run into circumstances again as a safety measure. I believe that should be, say
Right away.
please. No, the word policy.
It should be police.
Yeah, I think it should be please.
So it's in the title of letter C. Or the, I'm sorry, the first sentence.
Okay.
Okay, and then, I have a question on page 6. Item B, second sentence. As of right now, GICC has 404,562 in receivables. Should that say payables? Because receivables means somebody owes them. Is that do they owe COTC?
Correct. That's
So that should be payables.
receivables when we're reporting on our end. They
So-
should pay us.
Okay, but it says GICC has, so it's on their books. Their books it's recorded as a payable.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's how it's reading, that on their books it's recorded as a receivable.
Okay.
So if it said CLTC, it should be receivable, but GICC, it's a payable. Page 7, last sentence. It was mentioned that it should be Commissioner Guido had granted a 3-month loss. Should that be loss, which GICC was to perform within 3 months? LOSS.
Mhm.
Page 8, second paragraph, third sentence. It says you failed to meet the 3 months plus addition. It should be failed, FAILED. Instead,
FAIL.
yeah, instead of FELL. Page 10, paragraph 3. At the end of the first sentence, it should say golf course instead of gold. I just had a question on page 13. When Attorney Miller says internally we can, it would be legally imprudent to do so publicly. Commissioner Herrera says imprudent but not legal. Should that say imprudent but not illegal? So my recommendation is when the notes are published to run, a Word document, spell check, as well as the Word document grammar check. Because I think a lot of these things are just, simple grammatical errors, yeah. It doesn't materially change the document, but just for grammatical purposes.
I think under imprudent but not legal, that should have been a question mark.
Oh, okay, so should it be legal or not legal? Or should that word be illegal?
Imprudent but not legal.
Question mark,
Do
okay.
you recall that, sir?
Actually, I do not.
I wanted to clarify because the attorney is saying that it would be legally imprudent. So what Commissioner Herrera is saying is in conflict to that, so that's the reason why I wanted to just clarify for record purposes.
There it is right there.
Oh. Well, and then the last thing is, on page 14, the last paragraph, throughout the document, the word precedence is used, but instead of using precedence,
Precedent.
they're using the word president with a T.
Mhm.
So those are just grammatical things that need to be corrected.
Those corrections by our Commissioner Vespicio and Commissioner Garrido are accepted. I need a motion to accept the minute as corrected.
Madam Chair, I would like for the put a motion before the board to accept the minutes of the January 16 meeting.
All right. Those, that's correct.
I second the motion to accept as corrected.
Okay, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried. The administrator's, director's report.
It's not in your packet, but Dexter will pass out a copy. Madam Chair, Commissioners, prior to providing a report or status of our applications and leases, I would like to highlight some recent laws that were passed and enacted that allowed us to commence or resume our lease award process. The first public law is 37-74, which expanded the line of succession. The third public law is 37-111, which clearly defines what is acceptable documentation in order for the Commission, in its own opinion, to determine if a residential applicant is able to perform the conditions of a lease. The next public law is 37-131, which provides CLTC with the authority and the process to address leases awarded contrary to law or rules and regulations. The last public law is 37-132, which authorizes CLTC to issue leases regardless of the date and time of the application, provided the applicant submit a government-issued document indicating the start date of continuous usage, including but not limited to a land use permit or a marriage certification. We all know that at one point CLTC was at a standstill because of applicant next in line number 6 due to the deceased applicant naming a grandchild. But fast forward to today with the recently enacted laws, CLTC was able to move past that, and we're moving the line ahead. So this will lead me now to giving the board an update of the applications we have received. As of April 28, 2025, CLTC has received a total of 11,794 paid applications. The total pending applications is 8,883, which is broken down into 5,498 residential applications, 3,385 applications. Although when we resumed the commencement of the lease award process, that pending application total had decreased. So currently, the total number of pending applications is 8,879, which is broken down into 5,494 residential and 3,385 agriculture. When we resumed the commencement of the lease award process, we started on December 2nd at 8:07 a.m. As of today, we are now at December 2nd, 1995 at 8:57 a.m. We've been able to process 54 applications, 20 agriculture and 34 residential. The breakdown of that is 4 has been terminated. Out of the 4, the board will hear 1 due to an error in the motion that was made during the period of determining the termination. 14 will be heard today by the board for termination due to non-compliance. 4 has been recategorized as a lease with a cloud. During the commencement of the lease award process, we had determined through the review of the files that there was actually a lease that was awarded. Unfortunately, it wasn't ratified by the board, so we recategorized that file or that lease as a lease with a cloud. There's 1 file that's currently under review. There's a possibility we're going to refer that file to the AG's office for review due to possible criminal liability. There's 25 that the 90 days has just expired yesterday. That will be given, an update will be given to the board at the next meeting. 4 have voluntarily disclosed that they cannot comply with the lease terms. Those 4 will not be removed from the waiting list, although CLTC now can move past them and move to the next. And then there's 2 pending interviews. As of today, there has been, or as of April 28, 2025, CLTC has awarded 2,911 leases. 1,662 are residential leases. 1,249 are agricultural leases. But again, due to the commencement of the lease award process, that amount has increased by 4, which is now 2,915, which is broken down to 1,666 residential, 1,249 agriculture. Out of the leases, total leases award, there's 2,000, initially, as of April, there was 2,892 leases with a cloud, which means they were issued contrary to law or contrary to the rules and regulations of CLTC. The breakdown of that is 1,645 residential leases, and 1,247 agriculture leases. Again, to the commencement of the lease award process, the clouded lease total had increased by 4, which brings it up to 2,896. The breakdown is 1,649 residential and 1,247 agriculture. As a result of the requirements of Public Law 37-131, we're required to conduct compliance inspections on all the leases with a cloud. To date, we've completed 669 compliance inspections. However, we've only issued out 51 notice to remediate letters, 29 sent out via certified mail, and 22 I've met with personally. The reason for the delay, we are relying on the petty cash method, but we are researching the postage meter, in a postage meter, so it's a lot quicker. Our petty cash has a ceiling of $250, so once we exhaust that, there's a process to replenish, but to create a more efficient process, we're looking into obtaining a postage meter to make it a lot quicker. Next is funding opportunities for the installation of infrastructure. CLTC has been working with a nonprofit group known as RCAC, who work directly with or hand in hand with the USDA. We're discussing the opportunities through the water and wastewater program of USDA. Myself and Commissioner Garrido and a couple of staff have also met with Mr. Esteves with GURA regarding the Community Development Block Grant Program. CLTC, through Chairwoman Berdallo, did submit a letter to GURA to consider CLTC projects when developing their master plan or their plan. But however, we're not stopping there. We're researching other alternatives that can be possible. The last item is board considerations. In the past, the board has delegated some authority to the administrative director to make the process a little bit more efficient. However, we're putting together that list so that we can get the board now to reconfirm that authority, to include other tasks that they can decide to delegate within the parameters of prerequisites or conditions. For example, we present to the board when a lessee is requesting for a building permit authorization. Before we present it to the board, the requirement is that the lessee provide a blueprint stamped by a licensed engineer. If that task can be delegated to the director, it would make it a little bit more efficient for our lessee to go about their business and do what they need to do, but for as long as the director follows the guidelines that the board has set forth in regards to approving such a task. And then, given that we are in the planning stages of installing wastewater into various tracts or parcels within our inventory, based on the subdivision law, if a parcel that's over the northern aquifers has sewer installed, we can cut the property size down to to a minimal 500 square meters. But this speaks to our act, the CLTC Act, minimum lot size for residential lease award is 929. So that prevents us from issuing a lease at 500 square meters. The next item is for the board to consider grandfathering acceptance of existing single-family dwellings that were built during a previous land lease program or during their pre-occupancy. What we're leading to with that consideration is that we're conducting compliance inspections on the clouded leases at this point. Many have been considered or are pre-occupiers due to like the land use program, the Rendu program, the Department of Agriculture long-term lease program, and whatever their requirements then, I believe they were allowed to construct a single-family dwelling. Fast forward today, when we go out to do a compliance inspection, if there's no permit, no authorization, they get gauged for not complying with their lease terms, which is to obtain a permit or follow all the building codes and territorial laws in regards to constructing. The last consideration is that the board consider amending the requirement for existing agriculture lessees with a single-family dwelling on a half-acre lot to farm 50% of the leased property instead of 3/4. CLTC in the past has authorized our agriculture lessees to build homes prior to complying with the lease terms of farming 3/4 of the property. Today, what we're encountering is that a lot have constructed homes, whether through their own personal resources or through a loan guarantee issue through CLTC and a loan obtained from Guam Housing or any other institution that issues mortgages. They're not able to comply with the 3/4 requirement. They may possibly comply with farming half of the property, but not 3/4. So those are just some items we would like the board to consider and put some thought into it, and we'll present it formally in another board meeting, but we want to keep you updated of where we're going. Madam Chair, that's all for my administrator director's report.
Are there any questions for our director?
I do have a question, because this is my first meeting. I'm not familiar with the format of how you do reports. I just had a question with regard to number 1. When you say total paid applications as of April 28, from what start date is that? The 11,000, is that from the original start date of 1995?
Correct, December 2nd, 1990.
Okay. So on item number 2, when you say the total number of leases awarded, is this from December 1995 to today?
Yes.
Okay. So on item number 4, will you be presenting a more detailed information on the opportunities for A, B, and C?
Yes, ma'am. Given that the board, there's one item on the agenda to discuss regarding the 9 million. So what we've been, initially when we worked with RCAC, we chose track 1022 and Galido to be the pilot project to install wastewater. The reason B is because track 1022 was initially designed for the landless program. Those lots are severed out at 474 square meters. Today, because there's no sewer and it sits on top of the northern aquifer, those lots are not usable.
Not usable for residential.
Correct. And the issue is that I believe we leased out 403 lots there. In order to get them usable, we're gonna have to relocate 300 lessees. to combine 4 lots to meet the minimum density of half acre on the northern aquifer. However, that project costs in excess of $50 million, which is not realistic for us to obtain at that time. So we scaled it down, and in the packet, we did propose or speak with the RCAC representative of lot 190-1-1 and R2 in Dedido and track 113 in Dedido. Lot 190-1-1 and R2 in Dedido is located near Paradise Estates. So,
Meadow.
or, no, Paradise is that by the
Jigo?
cockfight, Carlos Camacho's residential area?
Oh.
Meadows, Paradise Meadows.
No, that's in
Ironwood.
Chico, Ironwood Estates in Dedido, because of the location of the existing infrastructure. Track 1113 is an area located in Sagan-Lanzan, the dollar housing in Dedido, which has full infrastructure. So those are the 2 lots when we scaled down in discussions with RCAC.
So my question on, because you mentioned the lot that you picked was tract 1022, and when it was originally subdivided, the lots are about 300 square meters.
474.
Or 470, okay, and we know that that's below the minimum lot requirement for law to build residential.
Yes, ma'am.
So in that case, basically the lots are not usable for residential. What would be the cost be to reconsider to resurvey those lots? So that instead of displacing all of those families who've already been awarded, you can resurvey to increase the lot size to meet the minimum lot size to build. Some of the families can stay there, and then the remaining families, I'm not sure how we're gonna determine who stays and who goes, but the remaining families can be relocated elsewhere. Because what's gonna happen is if you don't re-subdivide these lots, we're never gonna be able to use them for residential purposes anyway.
Correct.
So it needs to be in my opinion, I believe it needs to be re-subdivided, give the lots to some of the, again, lease holders that already have received leases, and then just relocate the small portion, whatever that number is, or, offer them other locations. So that way we can move forward with, developing track 1022.
We'll send a request to land manager to see what the cost would be.
Yes. Can I just get a quick update on item number 2? What is the community development block program? Okay,
So-
that's just the recent one, okay.
Yes.
When you say researching other alternatives, do you have anything in mind?
So Attorney Miller and I were bouncing this back and forth. Attorney Miller had suggested like a fee, right? Almost similar to that of the Land for the Land Use program, where the awardees pay X amount of money and they're guaranteed infrastructure. So we're researching that just to see if it's even viable or feasible, but that would require an amendment to the act.
Mhm.
That's the only alternative that we've discussed. But we're not stopping there. We're going through Google, trying to figure out what other.
That's actually a great idea, because if there's a certain tract that's already been subdivided and ready, or has leases, if we can charge a certain fee so that CLTC can be the one to bring in the infrastructure, once those leases are awarded, we already have, the tenants or the beneficiaries, they'll be able to, based on the fee that they're paying, for those that can do it, can pay the fee, they'll be able to build right away. Good idea. Keep moving forward with it.
Now we go into offices. On the job description.
Madam Chair?
Director Cruz, can you give some information to our new commissioners
So,
of what has happened regarding the administrator's job?
so the previous board had discussed and had voted and approved the creation of a position description for an administrative director. Since my time here, starting in 1998 to today, this is history. There was no position description for an administrative director. Given the direction by the board, Attorney Miller, with some assistance from us, had created the position description in your packet. The turnover rate for the administrative director has been very high. I serve as the 5th administrative, but in an acting capacity director in the last 6 years or 7 years. But given the direction of the board to create a position description in your packet, that's what we're presenting today. It's not final, it's for the board to approve. And if approved, we move in the next direction that was instructed by the previous board to announce for recruitment. In the CLTC Act, it states that the board shall fix and hire an administrative director. I believe that decision to announce the recruitment was in line with that section of the Act.
Madam Chair, board members, just to provide slightly more context, we operated from the premise that it's easier to delete than add. So we've presented you with what the staff and I here regarded as the most comprehensive job description that we could come up with, and then we leave it to you all to decide that, you know, pieces and parts of this, the most comprehensive description will necessarily limit the universe of candidates to the smallest group. The more flexible the job description is, the more people who will be inclined to apply. And so, again, from the premise that it's easier for you all to delete than add, we presented you with a very comprehensive description with the expectation that you all will go through here and decide that pieces and parts of this you don't really think are relevant or critical to the overall mission of the commission, and we can just delete those out. And we happy to do so today, but we don't necessarily have to do this today.
The first thought that I have is, you know, there's a difference between willing and able. So you may have a willing spirit to do something, but whether or not you're able to do it, you may be prohibited by, you know, physical circumstances, what have you. So I would first just consider exchanging willing to able. As an example, under special requirements, must be able to work long hours, weekends, and holidays. You know, I mean, if you have something that's precluding you, you know, from doing it, then I think able is a better descriptive word throughout the job description, willing and able.
I think willing is a nicer word as compared to able.
Try hard.
But they're both, to me, they're both very proactive.
I think we can work to maybe narrow some of this down. That there seems to be quite a bit of redundancy, but you know, all relevant. But
if the board likes, they can table it, make any edits, adjustments to it, and share it with us, and we can compile it and we can place it on the agenda for the next meeting, if that's what the board would like to choose to do.
Anyone willing to table?
Do you need more time?
Do you need more time?
Um, Again, like I said, everything is relevant, so I don't, acceptable as is, but
Madam Chair, members, just to reiterate Mr. Cruz's comment, the action item regarding the job description will be to approve the job description that you then direct staff to post and distribute around the island and say, these are the qualities and characteristics you're looking for whomever you would ultimately select as your administrative director. So the prioritization and the emphasis is yours as to what are the qualities and characteristics you want to see in an administrative director.
So, Acting Director Cruz and Attorney Miller, I just want to make it clear, so you two collaboratively put this job description together based on current job functions and, you know, additional roles that you feel is necessary for a person in this position. Has this been compared to other administrative director positions in the government that have similar roles, you know, that also are relative to housing or land management?
So what we also factored in was the requirements within the CLTC Act.
Okay.
I don't believe that any line agency director has a position description. We did consider the administrative director job at the
CBB.
the Public Defender's Office, which was announced, so we extracted that too, we considered that. In addition to what you had mentioned of what the director currently does or should be doing. So it was from a number of resources, how it was compiled and suggested and reviewed and approved or to be presented to the board. But again, if the board feels we should strike out or add, then we'll do so.
So I guess my question is, you also mentioned that this is the first job description for this position, and throughout other line agencies, an administrative director job description does not exist. Is that correct? That was your statement? Okay.
To my
To your knowledge?
yeah, because when we inquired with the Department of Administration for a position description, there was none, and there's none. My 20-some years in the government and working with personnel and processing GG1s, I haven't ran past or through or encountered a position description for whether it's an administrative director, an executive director, or director.
So Attorney Miller, is there a reason that a job description doesn't exist for other line agencies?
In most of the other agencies, frankly, the governor's office just directs a particular individual to assume the position of administrative director, executive director, call it what you will. What is unique here is that we have a board of directors, and you all make the hiring decision. That CHamoru Land Trust operates more like Guam Power or Guam Water or organization like that, where there's a distinct board, you have your own stream of revenue, you have your own, you know, roles and responsibilities, and you are not just another line agency of the government of Guam.
So to your knowledge, those other agencies that have boards, do they have job descriptions for their administrative directors?
Yes.
They do.
The head of Guam Power, for example, has, is expected to have a great deal of experience running an electrical utility, both from an engineering point of view and from a financial point of view. Same thing with Guam Water. To make it to the senior management, you have to combine, you know, technical expertise in whatever asset you're managing, but also financial management, because you collect and spend your own money, and you have to be able to do your own forecasting and develop your own capital improvement plans, and similar to what we were just previously talking about, where you know, the trust may take a different view than it historically has regarding development of lots. If the commission wants to go that way, it's going to need a different set of skills and experiences within its senior management team.
So as suggested by Acting Administrative Director Joseph Cruz, I make a motion to table the position description, administrative position description, so we can thoroughly go through it and cross out the line items that are redundant, as Commissioner Rojas has mentioned, as well as further investigate as to the necessity of having a job description, as this commission has been together since 1995, and it's not actually stated in the CITC Act.
Need a motion.
That was my motion.
Did you make a motion?
Yes, that was my motion, to table it.
Can I second the motion, subject to having something, hopefully preparing something by the next board meeting, because the CLTC does need a director,
Yeah.
and we need to, I think we need to act quickly. So I think with that, subject to doing our investigation and completing and having something ready for the next board meeting, I would say,
So that we can vote on it.
yeah, so we can vote on it.
Madam Chair, if I could interject here, this is where you get your first open meeting law note.
Yes, please.
The most appropriate way to handle edits
Yes,
to this job description is if you could individually forward them to Director Cruz, whatever dialogue you want to have about the job description, have it with Director Cruz. It would be inappropriate
right.
to talk amongst yourselves
Yeah.
about the description, and then so the direction I assume we're gonna go is whatever edits come in, staff will take them, blend them all together, and you'll see a new job description on your next agenda.
Right. Ultimately, the end goal is to create something that's acceptable, so it wouldn't necessarily be something that we would, you know, discuss amongst ourselves. I mean, obviously, we're gonna follow the law, so we'll send our edits to Director Cruz.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried. Guam Power Authority.
Madam Chair, President, this is Mr. J.R. from Caltel from GPA who will give provide.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Vidal and members of the board. My name is Antonio Gumatano with Guam Power Authority, and I wish to speak to you about the project, the GPA Plant Improvement Project in South Inclusion Connecticut. I prepared some slides, and I don't know if you have copies, I have extra copies.
Screen,
Oh,
everything's blacked out.
that's fine, we can use the slides or the handouts, so.
Everyone has to have that.
Please disregard the date on the lower right-hand corner. It's been a while since we've been working on this. I gotta say that your staff is awesome. They're very supportive and very, very helpful. And we could have gone to this length of doing the project without them, so kudos to them. So let's start with the location. So the project is south of the GFA soccer field in Harlem. It is on CLTC property. And in order to get to the site, it would be on Machenchi Road, heading south, or actually north. Then you would make a left on Kahit Magas Drive, or I'm sorry, Chandia Street, then Kahit Magas Drive to Asasana Lane. That's a general location of the project. And that's how we serve power. Second, page 3 is a closer shot of the site. And I apologize for the slides. I could explain the legend here, but basically we have lines in there. And right now they're encroaching on CLTC properties, and we'd like to correct the layout based on the CLT master plan. We call these things sins of the past, where we just brought in lines without plan development, and we'd like to make it right. Page 4, please. Here we go. So since March of 2023, we've been having some experience with people tampering with the electrical devices on the property. And it's really a safety issue. Yes, we are losing revenue because of this, but that's really, the issue is safety, right? I mean, if someone gets hurt doing this illegal tampering, it could kill somebody. So we're really, this is a high priority for us. As a matter of fact, there's 2 more recent cases, and all of this is documented with GPD, with the Digital Mayor's Office, and we routinely go out there to these sites. So we'd like to correct it on our own. However, there's a target. If you go back to the previous page, to the north on lot 1071-28. That is a target, so there's someone receiving power up there. And if we disconnect the power on 10171-56, it would leave our target without power.
But is that dash 28, is that an actual customer?
Yes, it is. It is. I have the names if you don't have them.
No, I don't
Okay.
need the names, I just want to know if that's an
Yes,
actual.
they're
payment.
actually, yes, they are. They're paying their power and we actually
How
have a
did they
customer.
get hooked up on an illegal line?
Again, it was a sin of the past that we traversed CLTC property without the proper easements. Back then, lots were, basically done without the master plan and without survey, so we just put out lines to feed someone, and then the maps and the master plan came after the fact, so.
Is there another alternative route for you to service that customer?
Very good question, sir. One of the things that we explored all different options, right? And one of the options was a fuel line, which is between the GFA soccer field and the subject property, the CLTC property. However, we made several attempts, not in this area, but many areas across Guam, to put poles within the POL fuel line easement. However, the military has consistently denied us access to that because there are live fuel lines under there.
Yes, and that's flammable.
So yes, so we were able to go jump across. We also looked at that option, right? Can we come in through GFA soccer field and go an aerial easement across the POL? That's an option, definitely, but it's a lot more costlier. So we prefer to, GFA soccer field is primarily underground. In order for us to do this, we'd have to do a riser, come back to overhead, jump across the POL fuel line, and then back to the CLTC customers. So we looked at different options, sir, and this is the most feasible. Right?
So which option are you actually pushing for?
So we're gonna present that here, sir. It's gonna be actually a revamp the whole area. We're gonna clean it up, put it in the right of way, and we have a lot of benefits for you folks, for your constituents. So page 5, how are we gonna do this? So here are the existing conditions. So if you follow the lines in blue going north, it kind of makes a northeast route. That is the current conditions. We're gonna change that up, and then with the help of CLTC master plan, we're able to find and identify a right of way that goes north that abuts the POL fuel line. Next slide, please. So in this phase, we're gonna remove all the hash line is a removal process that we're gonna remove all of that's encroaching in CLTC property right now. Next slide, please. And we're gonna reroute it that way. So we're gonna go just south of the POL line within the CLTC property and hug that. So we're gonna ask for a minimum of 15 feet wide. And our trucks, our bucket trucks, can come in through the POL line and service them that way. So we're just asking for the minimum footprint. So that's our plan. We actually have several work orders to fix this. Next slide, please. We're not only addressing that particular issue, we want to clean everything up in there, right? Because of the master plan that CLTC provided us. We'd like to clean up everything in there and put everything within that right of way and just clean everything up. It's better for us for routine maintenance and then responding to post-disaster recovery. Next slide, please. So here we're kind of shifting everything into the right of way, and then where we cannot fix anything and it's in the private or the CLTC property, we're gonna request for easements. Next slide, please. So again, we have actual work orders for this. We are prepared to execute. We just need your input and your approval. So what does it cost? On the left-hand side, that's your total cost in removal, construction, and professional land survey services. And then there's a removal plan that costs there, and then the actual plant improvement project, phase 1. And then the survey work. So about $71K in cost to GPA. Next slide, please. What does it cost? What does it cost to you, to CLTC? 0. We want to fix this. We want to address it. We want to harden everything. And all we need actually is authorization from the board to grant the administrator authorization to sign an easement to GPA. There's about 5 existing customers right now. We're going to have a system improvement. We're going to, with the lines and transformer upgrades, replaces 5 wooden poles in the area right now to concrete, so increase reliability. And a potential to serve 12 additional customers in the area.
Did you say lease? Did you mention this to be a lease?
To GPA?
Yeah.
No, we want an easement.
On a
Okay.
grant of easement.
Grant of easement, that's correct. Yeah. And that's all I have. Any questions?
Can you show us on the map, because you're asking for an easement, what exact area of easement are you asking for?
Sure, thank you for that question. So if you turn back to
Page 9.
page 7 on the slide deck.
Page 7.
So at this point, the area in red, may I? Up here, we just want to jot off this little portion.
So it's a portion closer to the POL line.
Correct. Between the PO line and within lot 10171-28, we want to, that blue line there, we want to just carve out our easement there. That's for phase 1, that'll address all of that, the encroachment. And once we get that, we can put in everything else. Also, the second and third easements are to fix this up here in phase 2 of the project. We want to clean this up because we, based on our records, we don't have easements for this as well. And then at that curve, based on the master plan, we're also encroaching, so we'd like to clean it up where it strengthens the line and does it for current engineering standards.
So that second and third easement point, which is the one down here, you're gonna be cutting into this property and then it'll just stop right in the middle of
Up to, yes
lot
ma'am.
number, I think it's 10171-59.
That's
It'll
correct.
just stop.
That's correct, yeah. Just up into our last infrastructure, which is a power pole or down gate.
Mhm. Is there any way to make that a little bit more clean? Because I'm thinking about the usability of that lot after the easement is created. If you go down and you follow the yellow line, you know, because that's actually where the subdivision line is, can we create an easement there instead? Because you're breaking up that parcel.
Sure, so.
Is that gonna cost so much more? I don't know.
It may, I don't know at this point, but we'd like to see, do you have a plan for that subdivision? And then we can incorporate that cul-de-sac or whatever it is with that right of way. If you have a further subdivision of that particular lot, it would make more sense. If not, then we'd like to do it once.
Yeah,
one-
the only
one time
reason
only.
is because if there is no plan, but in the future, when there is a plan, it's gonna be quite odd.
Absolutely.
You're
Yes,
leaving,
going
you're
right
leaving
through
the
it,
shape
yeah.
odd.
Yes, ma'am.
So there's not gonna be, so that particular lot, the usefulness,
Sure.
it limits the usefulness. So that's the only reason why
Yeah.
I'm suggesting to follow the subdivision lines, so that if there's not a plan, but in the future when there is a plan, it increases the usefulness of that property.
Yeah, we can take that into consideration. So for example, this one here, you
Yeah,
want us
just
to.
go along the yellow
Yeah,
line.
right.
Yeah.
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 We can give it a shot, we can
And
give
it
it a
looks
shot.
like, and it looks like it'll help the other,
Yeah.
the other lots.
Leave room for
Sure,
expansion.
sure. Yeah, again, can you go to the next slide, ma'am? So again, these guys down here will be picked up. Following that curve, we're gonna fix all of that. So these guys will be picked up by this.
Mhm.
And because we have the master plan right of way,
Yeah.
we were able to serve multiple customers. But as far as this jog here, maybe we can align it this way and then just, take a look at it. No promises, but we'll give it a shot.
I just, you know, because it seems that, as an example, we just discussed earlier, the agenda, the lot sizes were subdivided to a certain lot size, which today, in today's needs, it's not usable. So I don't want that to happen 5 or 10 years down the road. We're gonna be cutting up that parcel, and then in the future, when the commission decides that they wanna use that property for something, well, we have to carve out that piece of portion because we already granted the easement. And we have to do a workaround. So if we plan the easement properly so that it just, how do you say, just falls within the current subdivision, because there's a reason it was subdivided in that manner,
Right.
then that would increase the likelihood of us
Yeah.
using that lot down the road. So I don't know how much it's gonna cost, that's why I'm just asking.
It's
I'm
gonna
sorry
be
to throw a wrench in your
No, absolutely,
plans.
it's
but
significant,
if
but
it's
we can give
gonna-
it a shot, man. We
Yeah,
can-
let's see what it's gonna cost and
So-
let's see how we can make, so that
Yeah.
we're not left without usable land, because then there's
Sure.
gonna be this portion that, what are we gonna do with it? What is CLTC gonna do with it?
I apologize, the imagery's not that, well, we have, like crops growing in there, and then
Okay.
that's how they brought in. So we'd like to.
Just that portion.
Sure.
You could just revisit that portion, that would be great.
So phase one, we're okay, it's phase two, right?
Yeah,
Right.
Okay.
that's the question I have.
We'll give it a shot, ma'am, and we'll take a look at it, I'll bring it back to our engineering team.
I do have a question with regard to phase one.
Sure.
So I know we're gonna be granting an easement, what you said is about 15 feet wide, right?
Yes.
And the POL line's military, right?
Yes, sir.
With that 15 feet, I don't know if it ever happened, but if the military restricted access to the POL line, will your truck still have enough room with that 15 feet to get in there?
That's why we have the 15 feet,
Okay.
so our pole, we can drive the bucket truck
Around, okay. That was it.
Yeah.
So we're gonna go with that plan for now. I need a motion.
Oh, you made a motion, and that was the discussion?
No,
Right.
yeah,
Hey,
Oh, she needs a motion.
May I explain one more time,
Yeah.
or one more thing, rather, is subject to you folks giving us authorization, we still have to go out with the PLS, Professional Land Surveyor, to create the easement exhibit, and then we'll present that back to the administrator. So phase one, you'll see the actual thing that we can record in the management. And then phase two might be a little bit longer, I'll look at the engineering factor with it, with our engineers, and see if it's possible with the existing conditions and all of that. We'll definitely try.
JR, just a question, I know before GPA had a professional land surveyor on board
Yes,
of
sir.
engineering?
Yes, sir.
Do they still have one?
We do not at this time, so we contract that out, and just like any resource, right, there's a finite number in there, and we'd like to, this is a high priority because of the safety issue, so we're gonna utilize it for this project.
Okay, I make a motion to accept phase one of this proposal and for phase two, to table that with the recommendation of perhaps rerouting the easement in line with the current way the land is subdivided, if possible. You can come back to us and say it's not possible, so at least we know.
Yes, ma'am.
So,
Any minute?
Madam Chair, members, sort of translating all of this discussion, and I'm looking at page 7.
Yes.
What I think the motion is to authorize the executive director to execute what GPA indicates is easement number 1
Yes.
and easement number 2. As soon as the documents and the drawings are put together, and that we're not authorizing anybody to execute easement number 3, subject to GPA coming back and a further discussion about easement number 3.
Okay, I just want to be clear that
Yeah,
easement.
easement
yeah,
number 3.
yeah,
So this is the
okay.
one you were just,
Right.
asking.
So should I redo my motion?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you for that guidance. So I make a motion to accept easement number 1.
We have to authorize, because
Authorize-
we have to have in the
authorize
minutes that the
acting
director is sign,
administrative
can sign.
director to,
Execute easement
execute-
number 1 and easement number 2.
correct, to execute easement number 1 and easement number 2, and easement number 3 is pending.
Second the motion.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion carried.
Awesome, thank
you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Villalobos.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is the new listings. CLPC fiscal year 26 budget.
Madam Chair, may I put a motion or put a motion on the table to address the CLTC FY 26 budget as the last action item on our meeting tonight?
Yes.
Because we have a lot of constituents that are waiting. So we'll just put this at the bottom of our list for today's meeting.
That's just additional information for the budget.
Oh, it's like-
That was a motion, right?
You can just authorize readjusting.
We can do it by motion, or the chair could just announce she'll take it up last.
We will take it up last.
All right.
Constituent matters, requests, number 1. You want to go down?
Yes, Madam Chair and board members, the staff that have worked on their reports will be the one to present the case with the constituent present. So the first constituent is Ms. Myra Perez Borja Dean. Ms. Myra? Can you come to the table? Please just sign it in the sign sheet. The case is the land agent who worked on the staff report. Joe?
What is an day commissioners? Before you, I have Ms. Myra Borja Dean, also known as Myra Perez Borja. She is a residential lessee. She's requesting to do a cancellation of her residential lease on Lot 7, Block 8, Track 319 Agate, as well as a cancellation of her application number 0000121. We are also requesting for a lease refund of $71, and upon the acceptance of this, we would request that this property be returned into our land trust inventory.
Is it Ms. or Mrs. Borja?
My name, Myra Borja Dean. My maiden name is Myra Perez Borja. My current name is Myra Borja Dean.
Dean?
Dean,
Mrs. Dean?
yes.
Okay, Mrs. Dean, have there been improvements made on the property?
No,
So it's just jungle?
yes, the last time I looked at it, the agate mayor took me there.
Madam Chair and Board, if I may, the request number 3 is because within the act, if a lessee should request to terminate and should have made full payment or any payment in excess of the amount of years they have held their lease, we're required to reimburse the balance.
So I have a question. When the lease, if, we do grant the cancellation of the lease, is the beneficiary, I guess, allowed to come back and reapply?
The beneficiary can reapply.
But they'll just lose their spot. They just go to, okay.
They go to the end.
Yeah.
Start over.
Okay.
We need a motion to terminate the lease, and you're saying is there a refund as well?
$71, based on the report.
Yeah. Madam Chair, I motion to terminate the lease and also approve the refund of the,
Commissioner Rojas, if you may also include the application in determination of the application.
termination of application and lease, and also the refund for Mrs. Borjadin.
Need a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Good luck, Mr. Dean.
Thank you.
Next, please.
Madam Chair, the next constituent is Mr. Seymour Payne. The staff report was also completed by Ms. Joanna, who will be presenting the request.
Good afternoon, Mr. and Mrs. Payne.
You want us to speak?
Sign it.
Please sign it.
Right.
Apologies. Okay, before you, we have Mr. Seymour Harold McFarland Payne, who is an agricultural lessee. He is also coming in to request to cancel his agricultural lease agreement on lot 7150-3-4-8 Gigo, now known as tract 10121, block 10, lot 7 Gigo. He's also requesting to cancel his application, which is 000068, and a final request to waive tax payments on lot 7150-3-4-8, now known as tract 10121, block 10, lot 7, Gigo.
For what year?
Based on DRT, there's, they didn't give a full, tax years. However, it's an amount of 1,095 and 41. Mr. Payne has expressed that they have made prior payments. However, upon the cancellation of the lease agreement, there's still the prerequisites that need to be met, which is some taxes that haven't been paid. So DRT submitted to us the pending tax payments. However, they did go to revenue tax, and it's upon the discretion of the board whether or not they would want to accept the request of that pending amount before we close out in terms of the cancellation of the lease agreement.
So, I have a question. If we waive the payment, who's responsible for the balance?
Gets written off.
It gets written off, so revenue tax will not charge CLTC.
No. What will happen is if the board decides that they agree to waive any excess taxes, we'll send them a letter informing them that the board has waived the assessment of any balances of taxes owed, and it gets written off.
Go ahead.
No, you please.
Norman, I have a question. I'm feeling a little bit conflicted because I know Mr. Payne. But since this issue is not a positive gain, it's a cancellation, can I still vote?
Same here.
We need three.
We do need 3 votes, because frankly,
There's no gain for the family.
the alternative of not authorizing the cancellation is that frankly, we would have to go to court and say, you're in breach of the lease and get a court order to cancel the lease, which we really don't want to do. So the matter is discretionary. If, as both of you have indicated, you know, that there's no, the CHamoru Land Trust isn't advantaged by
CHamoru Land Trust will
by
not
this
get a
transaction, so
disadvantage or
I
advantage.
certainly think it would be appropriate to vote, if that's what your conscience is, if you're comfortable.
Just to further explain the assessment of real property taxes, the real property tax revenue is deposited or is a revenue source for the loan guarantee fund of CLTC. So to speak to Mr. Attorney Miller, the board can consider to cancel the lease, but doesn't need to necessarily agree to waive the taxes, which would leave it as an item open. But however, DRT will continue to send them any past due bills on real property taxes. But again, that's up to the board.
Well, that's why I said I feel conflicted and I want direction from Norman.
On whether or not you should vote?
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, my intention right now is I want to lean forward to help these constituents because they're asking for a cancellation. They're not asking to get approved to move up.
Commissioner Garrido, I'm comfortable that you're not violating any ethical rules by voting on this particular matter.
Can I ask why the Paynes have not been able to pay the taxes on the land? Because a tax amount of this amount, I don't know what's the square footage of this, or square meters of this property, so this represents several years.
Yes, so this is about a half-acre property. Mr. Payne has expressed that he has been advised in the prior, or that he couldn't utilize the property. So, because he's getting older, he's unable to farm, proceed with the property and be in compliance with the lease agreement. However, I believe this last transaction that they had with DRT, they did not know that there were still some pending taxes because they have been paying yearly, but there have been some years missed. So the amount that's requested is based on the years that were missed that probably Mr. Payne was not aware of, or not too sure on how DRT does their bailouts or so forth. But he has made payments in the past with whatever he has received from DRT in terms of mail. So not too sure exactly what transpired within those years of non-payment, but the end result was there was an amount that hasn't been fulfilled.
So a good portion of this could be penalties and interest. Sorry. So that could be what's making the
So
amounts
at the
so high.
end, the property we would request for the property to be returned to us. So it's a good agricultural property, but yes, that's one of the wavering facts is the payment of the pending taxes.
So when you say CLTC advised that he could not use the property, or Mr. Payne advised CLTC that he cannot use the property?
He was advised from different agencies that he wasn't able to utilize it. So therefore, he did not utilize it from whomever he was advised from. So when he did come in the last year, he was just relaying that because he's getting older, he was advised from I'm not sure, I believe it's Department of Ag and the military, right? Something like that he couldn't use it for whatever purpose. But he did come in, so the end result is the request to cancel and both the lease and the application. But of course also with the waiving of the pending tax assessment.
Can I just add something? I think that the request for the cancellation of the agricultural lease should include that Mr. Payne has been advised that even if he received the lease, that he cannot use it. That would be the proper reason to cancel the lease. in which case, if, since we gave him the lease, he can't use it, he should not be responsible for the taxes because we gave him a piece of property that's not usable.
Well, he was advised not from CLTC,
Okay.
not that it wasn't usable. He was advised from whomever else he was working with. He just relayed to me as, you know, his land agent that he can't use it, you know, because he was advised from not CLTC, from whomever agency or whoever advised him. So end result, he wants to cancel it, and then, you know, put it back into our land inventory.
So given those statements, that there's nothing that'll preclude anyone else from using the property in the future?
No, we would be able to, because we did do a site visit on the property. It's a foreseeable agriculture area. Around this area is all agricultural lessees. It's just Tongan right now, so it will definitely benefit another lessee who would be interested in that piece of property.
I guess I'm searching for a deeper reason as to why we would waive the tax payment. You know, I mean, so if, to Commissioner Rojas' point, if the property is gonna be used, what happens if we come to the situation again, it's the same situation and then this person is not able to pay the property taxes on it? When you agree to take on a lease, you agree to all of the, you know, everything that comes with it. And, you know, that's a responsibility, taken on by the, you know, the beneficiaries. So, I just feel that if we start waiving things which are, funds that can go to further the CLTC cause, then we're setting precedents of waiving. So, I mean, if we wanna table this and, you know, if you can come up with some documentation as to the reason he hasn't paid the taxes is because he's already been advised. I think that's a very, you know, good cause as to not paying your taxes. You've been advised that you can't use this property, you know, for whatever reason. If we can have that included, then, you know, I think that would be more reason to waive.
The only reason why my husband would like to cancel the property because of his age and health issue.
Right.
He just got a stroke and he won't be able to do it. So we're asking if you can consider waiving the tax.
There's no recorded lease.
There is a recorded lease. I did advise them that, because this is their request, that it's at the board's discretion to approve or disapprove the waiving of the tax assessments. Because the prerequisites really are, you know, as part of your lease agreement is to pay your taxes. You know, like I mentioned, for whatever reason, they had missed some taxes that they probably weren't assessed properly or they didn't get it in time. But from my understanding, Mr. Payne has always paid his taxes up front. For whatever reason, this amount came up as pending, so, you know, that's their request to be, you know, for consideration. However, if it's not to be approved, then I believe that, you know, they would be able to work with DRT and see what kind of, you know, if there's something that they can work with DRT on regarding the payments.
If item number 1 and 2 is approved and the lease is canceled, would this lot go straight back into inventory, even if there's any outstanding,
It would just basically stop like the taxes on Mr. Payne if,
Just the assessment.
yeah.
But it's free and clear and it's available for use.
How big is the property?
It's about half an acre,
So not that big.
not that big.
The board, Madam Chair, board members, The board can vote on items 1, 2, and table 3 pending Mr. Payne's ability to provide any documentation as mentioned by Commissioner Respicio. And we can take it up then. But we're already in May of the year. I don't know exactly when DRT will start printing out their assessments or start assessing taxes for the subsequent year. But if it's not addressed, and he may be assessed taxes for come next year again. But again, it's up to the board. It's like addressing it partially, or items 1 and 2 and tabling 3, or.
Can I ask a question? In October 25th, 1999, there was an agriculture inspection conducted by CLTC indicating that Mr. Payne has no farming activity. What happens then?
Well, back then, at that time, my job description was a CPA, only carry paper around. But anyways, back then, normally what was supposed to happen is site inspections are done. They're supposed to have taken corrective action, but yes, based on the report and documentation and file, there was nothing done after that. No follow-up or follow-throughs, which is what brings us today to a lot of the issues where there was no activity. And that's what we're encountering now when we're conducting our compliance inspections.
I would like to make a motion to accept request number 1 and 2, and on item number 3, give Mr. Payne the opportunity to put something together to present to the board indicating the reasons why he's not able to use the property.
Any second?
I can second that, but I would like it to make it subject to, you know, with the tax amount being $1,095, I'd like to see break down the years that the taxes are delinquent, what interest and penalties are there as well, because then we can actually get an idea of how much is actually principal and what's interest, right?
We'll make sure to include that when Mr. Payne provides
Oh.
Yes,
Before I vote, I want to ask Mr. Norman about my role. Since I do know Mr. Payne, could I in good conscience vote?
Well, at the moment, there's no financial implication one way or the other on the table. Perhaps at the next meeting, we'll have all 5 commissioners available, and you can abstain from this particular vote if that would be optimal.
No, but there's a motion. I'm talking about voting on the motion.
I'm comfortable it's acceptable to vote on this particular motion.
Okay, you say so.
he second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Just one question, so would we also be including the return of the property?
Yeah, it'll
Yes.
automatically.
Yes.
We'll just follow Mr. Payne regarding his justification.
So we can go.
CHamoru, good luck.
Thank you. Daniel Cannon Cruz.
Chair, Commissioners, Ms. Jessica Dede will be presenting the staff report she had completed. Mr. Cruz is here. Mr. Cruz is not present. What's Mr. Cruz's request?
No.
Mr. Cruz is not present, although Mr. Cruz's request is to terminate his residential application. Madam Chair and Commissioners, would you like to proceed, or would you like to table until Mr. Cruz is present?
It's in the case that there's, he already submitted an affidavit, right?
Correct.
And it's notarized and, you know, legally standing. So I
Correct.
don't think we need to table.
Half a day commissioners, my name is Jessica Dede, I'm a land agent with CHamoru Land Trust Commission. So I have before you Daniel Cannon Cruz. He's a residential applicant, and today he's requesting to terminate his residential application. He's a December 2nd, 1995 at 8:55 a.m., number 61. On March 7, 2025, Mr. Cruz submitted an affidavit requesting to cancel his CLTC application.
Because he's an applicant, there's no assessment of real property taxes, just.
So he was never issued a, okay. So he's just getting off the list.
Yes, sir.
I'll motion to terminate the residential application for Mr. Cruz.
I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Just, Madam Chair, board members, just to ensure that we follow through the board's decisions, any decisions made, especially in regards to terminating, we will issue them a notice of the board's decision that was made today, just so that they're informed.
Referencing his request.
Yes, sir.
Okay. It's at his request.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, the next constituent on the agenda is Mr. Stephen P. Faji. Unfortunately, Mr. Faji is deceased. His mom is here as the named beneficiary of his application. The report was completed and will be presented by Ms. Jessica Dede.
Okay, so Mr. Stephen Afaji originally was a residential applicant, and today we're requesting to revert the agriculture application back to a residential application, and then also name Miss Maria Afaji, the mother of Stephen Afaji, to be the named successor to the residential application. When the request to change, the first request reverting the application back to residential, the request was done, the request was made by Mr. Stephen Faji to change to a residential agriculture application, but that is not in accordance to the law, but it was changed anyway. And then, when Mr. Stephen Afaji was interviewed by CLTC on January 2nd, 1997, he named his mother Maria P. Afaji. However, a parent is not in the line of succession per Title 21, Chapter 75A, 75A 109. And then also to name because Mr. Afaji is deceased, Title 21, Chapter 75A, 75 109, and 18 GAR, Chapter 6A, 6A 112, the commission shall designate a successor if the applicant or lessee dies.
Mr. Stephen Afaji is the December 2nd, 1995 applicant at 8:37 a.m. He's number 45. His original application type was residential. There was a residential lease awarded to Mr. Afaji on January 23rd, 1997, for lot 17, block 11, tract 319 in Agate. However, he then declined it and requested to change his application type to agriculture, and then move or request to relocate to lot 5401 North, Manila. And that was then approved. A notice of intent to award was issued. However, one of the requirements prior to a lease would be to survey. And they did their part in hiring a survey and whatnot. However, the surveyor did not complete the map for whatever reason. So today, because the lease was never executed, he's considered a applicant, because he had declined his residential lease. Sorry, I won't say that.
So you're saying he has no standing?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying he was awarded a residential lease, then he declined it, and then he requested to relocate, and it was done administratively. However, because he didn't survey or didn't complete a survey, a lease was not executed for lot 5401 Manila.
So because he has no lease, he's still an applicant?
Correct.
Yes. Because he had declined it.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, just so we're clear, prior, the act didn't allow for a parent to be named as a successor. Today, given the passage and enactment of Public Law 37-74, a parent is within that line of succession, so the board can name her as the successor to her son's application. Also, because there is no lease, there is no lease of a cloud, so the action of switching from a residential to an agriculture application would need to be reverted back. Because the act doesn't allow for the switch of application type.
So she would be going back to a residential lease?
Correct.
Right.
And then to add to that, if the board should name her as his successor to his application, through interviews already, the staff has already determined she'll be considered priority 2. So even if the date and time of the application comes up for the commencement of the lease award, because of her priority status, she will not be issued a lease until all priority 1s have been serviced, and then we'll go back to priority 2s in the order of first come, first served.
So this is basically just to allow her to be the designated successor and get her on the priority 2 list?
Correct.
Does that release the intent to award of lot number 5401 North?
Yes.
It also releases that, so that can be issued to someone else.
Yes.
A motion to approve Mrs. Maria Kfaji as the designated successor.
Is that the only request?
Also
Yeah.
to revert the application.
Oh, and to revert the application back to a residential lease.
And do we have to say release lot 5401?
Or is that
It'll
implied?
automatically-
Release.
It's an implied.
Second?
All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Thank you.
We're gonna hear a lot of whether it's applications or lessees, all the different actions that have taken place. This is one of many.
Well, every situation's different.
Yes.
Antonio Castro Camacho.
Do we need to take a break? Okay, I just, I don't know what the rules are.
That's a hint, soon. So, are they present?
Okay.
So Mr. Camacho's deceased. This was brought to the board previously. What was requested previously, and Ms. Jessica is here and she can further explain, but to my recollection, was to name the wife as the successor to his lease. The daughter,
The daughter was already named.
or to approve the daughter to succeed Mr. Camacho's lease. The leased property of Mr. Camacho has some non-compliance issues. So at the time, we were requesting the board do a conditional approval because any type of documentation that we should issue out of here without the conditional approval, we were gonna issue to the deceased. Any named successor that was not approved really has no legal or contractual obligation with CLTC. And the concern also was that the daughter's not the only child. The other children may have interest in it. Who knows what legal issues may have arisen at that time. Today, it's put on the agenda for the board to consider approving conditionally the approval of the daughter to succeed his lease with the condition that she comes into compliance with the lease terms. For example, if when we conducted a compliance inspection on this lot, because his daughter wasn't approved as the successor, we would issue the notice to remediate to the deceased.
So is Mary Lou Camacho the daughter?
Yes.
Okay. And,
Actually, she was named originally by Mr. Antonio Camacho. However, it's to transfer the lease in her name.
Okay.
It's the one that
With the request.
we need, yeah.
Well, you
To
did
approve.
mention that he has other children. What is the status of contacting them? Is there gonna be any dispute? I mean, can we transfer? Cause normally with real property, it would go in, if it's not CLTC land, it would go into probate so that it can be distributed to the heirs. So in this case,
Miss Mary Lou was named his successor.
so was named as
Yes.
successor?
so there is documentation to that, right?
Yes.
Okay,
It's just, the previous board didn't consider issuing a conditional approval, meaning, and even if the board was to approve, even though the board approved, let's say, the succession of this lease, we won't immediately execute the addendum to transfer or to convey the lease to his daughter. What we do internally is ensure that all the prerequisites of paying the taxes in full, the lease payments, the compliance of building codes, and whether it requires agriculture activity is completed until prior to completing any type of documentation. So even if the board was to grant an approval, we won't complete the addendum that will convey the property to his daughter until she fulfills all the requirements of the lease. But our concern was, if it wasn't approved, we're still going to issue the letter to the deceased.
Right, and then.
We're not gonna get
Right.
anywhere.
Right, understood. So basically it's transferring it to his daughter so that you can issue that letter to her
Correct.
so she can
and,
bring it.
and actually take action, okay.
Because right off the bat, there is some non-compliance issues, but without any certainty that the daughter will get the lease, we assume she may not even do anything to come into compliance.
So transferring of the residential lease is the only action necessary here?
At this time, correct, Jess?
Yes.
On the condition that all requirements are satisfied.
Correct.
Yes, yeah. All requirements to bring the lease up
Into compliance.
into compliance.
Correct.
So if we do the transfer and she doesn't bring it into compliance?
Because of the conditional motion, we won't execute anything.
Madam Chair, members, just to give you some larger context, just about a year ago, the legislature made gave the commission some significant authority to grant dispensation for past sins of both commission staff and commission lessees, on the condition that your lessees, first of all, got notice of their lack of compliance, and then within a year came into compliance. And if that was achieved, then you could say, past is the past, you now have a new, clean lease, go forward, enjoy your property for however many more years you have left on the 99. So, for example, in this case, if you approve the request today, Mary Lou Camacho is going to get a notice saying she has issues she needs to address, and if a year goes by and she doesn't address them, this will be back with a request that we terminate the lease.
You want to make a motion?
Okay, make the motion to transfer the residential lease to Mary Lou Camacho as named as his successor to Antonio Castro Camacho, who is deceased.
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried. Virginia T. Pineapple.
Okay, so we have Virginia Tanatongo. Ms. Tanatongo is deceased. Today, Ms. Velma Manley, her daughter, is requesting to be the successor to the agriculture lease. Ms. Manley also requests that Virginia Tanatongo's son, J.R. Gonzalo Fajaran, be given half an acre from the lease property. So on May 20, 2014, Virginia Tanatongo requested to change her successor from Verna Fajaran to Velma Green, now known as Velma Manley. However, the commission did not sign off on this request. Therefore, Ms. Velma Green is now requesting to be the named successor. All 5 of the children of Ms. Tanatongo have submitted a notarized affidavit relinquishing their successor claim to Ms. Velma Manley. And that's on file. And then also to the 1 acre, to cut it in half and give half of the acre to her brother, who is also a CLTC applicant.
So if we give the brother half the acre and he's a CLTC applicant, does that mean he gets off the application list?
Well, also based on Public Law 37-132, those who are preoccupiers or have land use permits, the commission can actually issue a lease no matter the date or time.
So is he currently occupying the property as well?
He was, when his mother was still alive. However, because there was a situation that, when Miss Tanatongo passed away, Miss Manley did come in, but, we found that there was another sibling who was named successor and nothing had changed because the commission didn't approve Miss Manley, only approved her other sibling. But then, you know, the other sibling who was named successor, her family moved into the property, and then there was a lot of things that were going on, and so their family just didn't want to cause any trouble. And so later on, like 6 months later, Miss Velma Verna, passed away. Her death certificate is also in file. The one that was named successor,
Okay, so this one whose named successor is deceased?
Verna,
Okay.
and then she passed away 6 months later. After her mother.
Did she name her own successor?
Nothing had gone through, because she also has a lease with CHamoru Land Trust, so there was a lot of issues dealing with her,
So she has her own lease, but she was also named successor.
correct. She was originally named successor, however, Ms. Tanatongo did come in to submit a request to change her successor to Ms. Manley, but the director or the commission did not approve it, didn't sign it, so, you know, we didn't move
So
forward with it.
is that application to transfer the successor to, yeah, Ms. Vera May, is that on file? So there isn't so she did have the intention, my point is.
Yes, she
So
did.
Virginia Tanatongo did have the intention to transfer the successor to the daughter that's requesting.
Correct.
Verna, or
Velma.
Which one?
Velma.
Velma, pardon me.
Just to provide a little bit more context, the reason why the notarized letters were required is because it wasn't approved,
Right.
so it left it floating. But given, it sounds like there's a request for Ms. Velma to be named the successor and also Ms. Velma to give half the property to her brother.
Yes.
If possible, to ensure that it's straightforward and there's no confusion, the board consider that we address the request of Ms. Velma, because Ms. Velma's gonna have to come into compliance, because she's gonna succeed the lease of her mom. At that time, if Ms. Velma's intention is still to give half to her brother, that formal request can come. But today, if the board can consider, we just focus on the succeeding
Succession to Velma.
of Ms. Velma. And then, after everything has come into compliance, and Ms. Velma's intention is still to give half to her brother, then that could be a different request for a different time.
So my question is, if she wants to give half, who's gonna pay for the subdivision?
It would be them.
They would pay for the subdivision,
Yes,
but
sir.
we need to give them the authority of, so if she subdivides it, he will also maintain his own lease? Because now it's gonna be a different lot number.
Because Jessica had mentioned that he's a pre-occupier, the law does
Yeah.
allow now CLTC to issue leases to anybody who has been pre-occupying property before July 12, 1995, and can provide either an LUP or mayor certification.
So what would be the expiration of that lot that's subdivided? Would it be, would the lease terms be concurrent with the original lot that Ms. Velma's
The
going to occupy?
original 99 years.
Yeah,
That-
so if they've already exhausted 10 years, so when she subdivides, that second lot will only be usable for the existing time of the original
The
lot
remainder
from-
of the existing lease?
No, it
Or
will be a
would it
new
lease?
99,
Oh,
because.
So that would mean then at the time of subdivision, we collect a $99 fee for the
Yeah.
subdivided lot?
Correct,
at their expense,
correct.
at the requester's expense.
At this time, CLTC does not have the means to provide surveys for property.
What is the estimated cost for subdivision and survey?
Oh, about 4 years ago, I believe it was, we did we got some quotes from, I believe it was TG Engineers, and that was at 4,000 for a half-acre lot. The quote from Duenas and Associates was a little over 8,000 for a half-acre lot. But a single lot,
Yeah.
not a subdivision. But today I'm not too sure.
So if we just say it's about 6,000 to subdivide, and down the road, we say, yes, you can give a portion to your brother, is there gonna be a time limit for her to subdivide?
Our survey authorizations are only good for 60 days,
60, yeah.
but they can come back to request for a.
An extension and extension, okay. I just wanna make sure that the request is, reasonable, on both ends, and the requester understands also the financial responsibility of what they're requesting. So it's just like when you enter into a lease, right, there's a financial responsibility to take care of your taxes. So we have to also understand that if you wanna give a portion, there's a financial responsibility on the part of the requester to subdivide, and the receiver will also now have the financial responsibility to pay the taxes. So that must be understood. Okay.
So now the motion would be to approve to designate her as a successor. Right? We don't even need to address the other issue right now, right?
No.
Yeah.
But also to transfer the agricultural lease in her name as well. Not only to name her successor,
Okay.
but also to transfer the lease in her name.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So when you transfer the lease, it's only good for the remaining term of the lease? Doesn't reset, okay.
I'll motion to designate Ms. Velma Manley as a successor to the agricultural lease and to transfer the agricultural lease to her name.
I second the motion.
Aye.
Aye.
No, I was going to include the late, mother's name.
Virginia, kind of,
Okay, so I can restate it. I motion to designate Ms. Velma Manley as successor to the agricultural lease of Ms. Virginia Tainatongo, and to transfer the lease to Ms. Velma Manley.
I second that motion.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Break time.
Break
I need a
time.
motion.
I make a motion for a 10-minute break.
Thank you.
Thank you too.
I will call you.
I just told my husband, focus on the worst thing on the right. Yeah, look, just even look, it's the recent sound, what is that, an 8 million or a 10 million views, just keep moving forward with the things. There's always gonna be people who are gonna,
Yeah, workplace planning.
I don't know how
I
to.
know because I work for GPM, there's a lot of crazy guys.
Yeah, and it shouldn't be,
Because they're all wrong.
Quicker than
Not
we-
very long ago.
Historically.
I'm already qualified from another
David
business, I'm so
Matao,
excited.
Paloma,
You have to call us from,
That you might know my sister Lynn.
Huh?
You might know my sister Lynn. My sister Lynn. Magdalene Sablon.
you're ready?
yes,
Oh,
She went there.
back,
all of us went to Notre Dame. My sister Magdalene, my sister Louise.
Yeah.
My sister you know, my sister Lynn just recently passed, so that's okay.
we're on again.
So we're called back to
On
order.
again?
Can you zero? Because it's recorded.
Okay, buenas, commissioners. Before you today, I have Mr. Johnny Carrioso Palomo, who is the son of Mr. David Gamatato Palomo. Today he is seeking to succeed his father's agricultural application. He was originally named by his father as the successor dating back in July of 2024, 2014. However, based on the 75A, a successor could not have been named at an application stage. Therefore, we are seeking the board's approval to name him as the successor of Mr. David Gamatata Palomo's agricultural application. Johnny has also submitted a notarized letter of request to succeed his father's application, as well as his mom and siblings, who they have also submitted their notarized relinquishment of interest letters for the commission.
Again, Madam Chair, Commissioners, the board does have the authority granted through Public Law 37-74. So, does the board have any questions or?
So what you just mentioned, that, was it his mother and sister that had what, assigned affidavits that?
They also have submitted their relinquishment of interest. So Mr. Johnny is requesting to be the named successor to the
To
application.
the application. So there's no lease existing
No,
yet?
sir.
Okay.
Just at an application stage.
And so I guess you're basically saying the entire family has waived their right and their.
Their interest.
Yeah,
Yes.
interest and,
Okay.
okay. So in motioning to name him the successor to his father's application, it would just put him in his father's place on the list. And based on everything that we've reviewed, there's no issues on this. Given that, I'll motion that Johnny Carriazo Palomo be named successor to his father's agricultural application.
I second it.
the late David Pimatata Paloma.
Okay, you want me to, okay. I'll motion that Johnny Carriazo Palomo be named successor to his father David Kumatata Palomo's agriculture application.
I second it.
All in favor, say
Aye.
aye. Aye. Motion carried.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Please use the land.
Danny L.G. San Nicolas. Disease.
Before you, we have the daughter of Mr. San Nicolas, Miss Deneen San Nicolas Kinga. Ms. Kinga would like to succeed her father's agricultural application. A notarized letter from both her mother and brother was also submitted in regards to their interest being relinquished to Ms. Deneen. She also has submitted a letter to the commission for consideration as the successor to the application.
So this request is just to have Danilyn Kenga be in Mr. Danny Leongo San Nicolas's slot.
Yes.
How big is the lot?
It's only an applicant, only an application.
Oh,
On the
yeah.
applicant, yeah.
And so, all family members have waived their interest.
Yes, sir.
I'll make the motion. I'll motion for Daneen Fritzka San Nicolas Kinga, daughter of Danny Leonguro San Nicolas deceased, be named successor to her father's agriculture application.
I second it.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Martina S. Cruz.
Okay, so we have Martina S. Cruz. She's a residential applicant. Today, today we are requesting approval to accept a certificate of birth from the Roman Catholic Diocese of Chalancanoa, Commonwealth of the Northern Marianas, to complete the eligibility process based on Public Law 37-112. The reason for that request is because the birth certificate of her father that she had submitted doesn't have a seal, and it's not a government document. But there was a letter that was also submitted stating that from 1950 and prior, the island of Saipan does not have records. Only the church holds those records. So that is where she had submitted that birth certificate of her father, and on her father's birth certificate or baptismal certificate has the name of her grandfather, who is the land, he's the one who has the land ownership on Guam.
So to provide a little bit more context to that is, when the program qualification status was brought in, we didn't account for processes of other countries or islands or territories. What we've been doing initially was only accepting government issued documents, a birth certificate or death certificate. But because in the CNMI, like Jessica had mentioned, before a certain time frame, their vitals and statistics don't have any information. But they did submit a document that the Archdiocese of the CNMI could provide information in relation to their date of birth and all that other great stuff. So today, because that wasn't a practice of CLTC, we're seeking the board to approve the acceptance of such document. But just so the board would know is that we're working on a comprehensive SOP that would include every type of document that we are receiving to ascertain the lineage of an applicant today, so that we won't have to be bringing these kind of cases back to the board. But absent the comprehensive SOP, it's not completed, it's about 70%. We needed to get the board's approval to accept that document to further process the qualification. So if the board approves it, that's the missing element to determine her eligibility status.
So her grandfather was born here in
Yes.
So I make a motion to approve, to accept a certificate of birth from the Roman Catholic Diocese of Chalon to complete the eligibility process for Martina S. Cruz.
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried. Yes.
So now it leads to item 2.
Oh.
Item 2 is because Ms. Cruz has been a preoccupier and has provided the sufficient information or documentation required by law, she's a preoccupier. And based on Public Law 37-132, the board is authorized to issue a lease regardless of the date and time. So that's the second request.
So is she currently occupying this lot?
Correct. A compliance inspection or an inspection was conducted, and Ms. Cruz is currently occupying the property.
So my question is, how is she occupying, I'm sorry,
Okay.
if she doesn't have a lease?
So if approved, we're gonna get to the next item. Ms. Cruz has a agriculture lease with a cloud. However, Ms. Cruz has made mention of her desire to have a residential lease. So she was advised to apply for the residential program. So if the board does approve the issuance of a residential lease to Ms. Cruz, the next item we were gonna request is that the board terminate her agriculture lease on that same property.
And are we gonna change it to a residential?
A residential lease,
How big is the lot? How big is the lot?
about a half acre.
Half acre.
So it's a half-acre agricultural being converted to residential.
Not converting, but we're gonna, if the board issues her a residential lease based on her residential application, then we're gonna request to terminate her agriculture lease based on the successor, her succeeding her mom's lease on that same property.
So would that lease be just continuing
It'll be a new.
or a new 99-year lease?
Yes.
Oh, and then residential.
How many years are we in on the first lease?
I don't recall.
30.
More than 30 years.
It was issued on the 2016.
2016. Because I believe the parents were staying there through a prior land
Yes.
program,
Mm.
land leasing program. So she's one of,
2012, agriculture was, took in effect. So, the agricultural inspections has been up to par, up to now. So I have a majority on the property, since 1995, majority all the trees and fruits has been, on the property. So it's still active as of right now.
So is there a structure? Is there a residential structure there?
There is an existing residential structure from my parents, so, yes.
So she's one of the constituents that we've encountered who have a structure that was built through a previous land lease program. But she's one of many, she's not the only one.
Yeah.
And so that's why we put it in the report for consideration, the board's consideration. But because Ms. Cruz had commented or made mention of her desire for a residential lease, she was advised to submit a residential application.
I'm just curious, when we issue other residential leases, what are the sizes of the lots normally?
So if they're on top of the northern aquifer without any sewer, they cannot be issued less than a half acre to meet the minimum lot density. If they're outside of the northern aquifer, normally you can issue a quarter acre lot, which is 929. Now if there's sewer available, it can go down to 500 square meters. So that's normally the sizes, but our act does allow, and there are some leases for residential lots that are up to an acre that are existing as of today. But moving forward, we frown upon issuing any new leases for an acre for a residential lease. But although the act does allow for it.
So if we change her lease from agricultural to residential, it just alleviates the need for her to prove that she's farming the land?
Correct. The board will be issuing her a lease based on her residential application.
Right.
So that's like a whole different requirement. But yes, you are right, if the board does agree to issue her a residential lease on her residential application, it will relieve her of any agriculture responsibilities, but the board hopefully will consider to terminate her agriculture lease if they do issue a residential.
So is that request here to terminate the agricultural, did you want to include that in this?
As item 3, correct?
Yeah. So that way we just do everything at once and she doesn't have to be put back on the agenda?
The only time she's gonna come back is to request for a building permit authorization.
So the motion would be to accept the birth certificate, approve for her to get a residential lease and terminate the agricultural lease.
Yeah, those are the actions needed. So I believe item 1 has been already.
Already approved, yeah.
Item
So it's gonna be item 2.
2, yeah.
So I make a motion to approve request from Ms. Martina Cruz for a residential lease and at the same time terminating her current agricultural lease on this particular lot, 11-5.
Block 1 track.
Block 1, tract 10316, Delito.
I'll second the motion.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion
Mrs.
carries.
Cruz, you've been working on this for a while, right? More than a year ago?
Yes.
I
Patient.
believe a couple or
Let's
2 or
get it
3
done.
years. But like I mentioned, the laws
The
earlier
law
had
came in,
provided us the avenue to correct things. That's the holdup, that was our holdup, is because the act prior to the amendments really tied our hands.
So, I have a question there. Since you guys are going to cut down the acreage on the property, are you guys going to compensate you with the trees?
No,
and
we're not
everything?
going to.
There's no change in the acreage.
Oh, there's no.
It's just
Yeah.
changing the
Yeah.
type.
Oh, it's just the-
Yeah.
Yes, to residential.
Just the require, you're not gonna be required to farm 2/3 anymore.
Could just make sure.
It's still.
But still, but we're still gonna conduct compliance inspections.
Yes.
And then there's, we'll contact you because there's some prerequisites that need to be accomplished, like
Yes.
performing your survey before the lease is executed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief.
Survey authorization.
Good luck.
This is more sad.
Thank you for being patient.
Carmen Torres Paris.
Thank you, Director Cruz.
Okay, today we have Carmen Torres Paris. She's a residential lessee. Today, she's requesting authorization to apply for a building permit. I don't know if you guys have the building plans on in your packet. So Ms. Carmen submitted a building plan, and it's stamped. It's approved and stamped. So, a little history on Ms. Ms. Paris's case. Let's see. The original applicant is Martha Duenas Cruz. The application date and time is December 2nd, 95 at 2:53 p.m. Application number is 503. Original type is residential. The lot description is lot 4-11, block 1A, tract 1021 in Dedido. There is a survey done. She is priority 1. She's not a preoccupier. She doesn't hold a land use permit. Her lease is recorded, document number 912383. She has paid about 45, I don't know if you want me to disclose that. Okay, the property is registered. She's not residing on private property, it's not Guam ancestral lands. She was, however, a part of the null and void listing. So on May 11, 2018, an opinion from the Attorney General of Guam, there was an action that was done between the original applicant and Ms. Paris where they transferred application rights and the original applicant was still alive. And that was an action that was not allowed in the act. So on May 11, 2018, the Attorney General of Guam gave an opinion that those leases are to be null and void. So moving forward, Public Law 37-131, Ms. Carmen Paris is now considered a lease with cloud. So we did an inspection, a compliance inspection was done. She was issued a notice to remediate. So the only compliance, or for her to come into compliance, is to actually occupy the property and to build a home. She just wasn't able to do it until this law had passed.
So prior to the law, it was, I guess, not legal.
That action's still not allowed where you can transfer application rights if the applicant is still alive.
Okay.
You can't transfer application rights, only lease.
So who holds the residential lease?
She does,
Okay, so she does, because it's been transferred to her.
correct.
Okay.
The application was transferred to her, I'm sorry. The residential application was transferred from Martha Cruz to Ms. Carmen Paris.
Okay.
Then when the application was transferred to Ms. Paris, she was awarded a residential lease.
Okay. So she does have an existing lease?
Yes.
Okay.
Clouded lease,
Cloud?
Because,
Yeah,
and that's
why is
clouded
it-
because the AG,
because of the null and void action.
because
Oh, okay. So is there an action here that's going to remove that cloud?
Through the authority granted to the 37-131. So what it is we went out there and did a compliance inspection. We determined that she was in non-compliance. We issued a notice to remediate. She has 1 year. If she should come into compliance within the year, we'll conduct a re-inspection. We'll issue, if she's in compliance, we'll issue a notice of compliance. We'll do the qualifications of the eligible beneficiary status, and then we'll present to the board for a new lease issuance. But the new lease term will only be the remainder of the original lease. So if she had it for 10 years, the new lease will only be for 89, and that will relieve any clouds.
So, but today she's here to authorization to apply for a building permit. So how can we, approve the building permit if it's a clouded lease and we still need to work on clearing the cloud?
The only way for the cloud to be clear is to come into compliance with her lease terms as prescribed by the law.
Which is to build.
Which is to build and occupy on a full-time basis. So this will get her to come into
Okay,
compliance.
so then coming into compliance will then fall into place.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We have about 2,800 some that will be coming to the board.
Okay, I make a motion to authorize the building permits as presented for the lot that is occupied by Ms. Carmen Torres Perez.
If you can read the property description, just so that.
Lot number 411, block 1A, tract 1021, Derrido.
A second.
Mrs. Paris, you and your husband have been working at this for a while also, right?
So very good.
8 years.
Yes.
Didn't you have your own lease also at one point? And that's what I remember. You both had a lease.
Correct.
What will be happening now is that we're working on Mr. Perez. He's gonna have to give up his lease.
Oh, okay.
We're going through that process,
So they can move forward with these plans.
yes.
Congratulations.
Good luck.
Who second?
You good?
I second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oh.
So,
Thank you.
Huh?
Good luck to you guys.
Yes, thank you,
Okay.
Commissioners.
You know, just Chairwoman and Commissioners, just know that we all know the length of time permitting takes.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the law only allows for a year. So we may have to come back and ask or request the board to consider requesting the legislature to extend. Because if it's 6 months to get
Yeah.
a permit, it's not, it may take longer than another 6 months
Yeah.
to construct the house.
right, right.
But we'll do that when we see substantial progress through our reinspection. We won't just do it.
Yeah.
Because if you approve it today, we go out there 7 months and they haven't done the clearing, then, you know, we're not gonna
But I
require.
think that if we can already foresee that to be an issue, I think that's something you should go ahead and work on.
Okay.
Because it's not only,
Then,
yeah, it's not only the beneficiaries of the trust,
Okay.
this is island-wide. Island-wide is well known that it takes up to 9 months plus to actually get permits. Sometimes you have to wait 18 months to start to build.
we'll
The big
start-
holdups are agricultural, EPA.
I'm not mentioning any departments.
You're on record.
Okay.
And one more, there is one more. I don't remember what.
Agriculture.
I'll call you when you're.
I said
Parks
agricultural
and
and
Rec.
EPA. Parks and Rec. Because of, what's his name, Mr.
What is it,
No more Shippo, that's already been resolved, yeah. Sorry, I didn't know you were doing that.
Donna Mae Cruz?
Sure, Madam.
No, not that I know of.
Okay, are you ready?
Okay.
Okay, so we have Ms. Donna Mae Cruz. She's an agriculture lessee. Today, she's requesting an authorization to apply for clearing and grading permits. On June 6, 2019, the Board of Commissioners named Ms. Donna Mae Cruz as successor to Teresita Cruz's application rights and approved the issuance of an addendum to Lot 8-1, Block 4, Tract 1021 in Dedado. However, that property was not registered. So Ms. Donna requested on July 13, 2020, to relocate to a registered property and to reduce the acreage from 6 acres to ½ acre. And that was approved by the board on May 20, 2021. And she was relocated from Lot 8-1, Block 4, Tract 1021 in Dedado to Lot 1-7, Block 8, Tract 10121 in Jigo. So an inspection was done, a compliance inspection was done on February 18, 2025. And so Ms. Donna was issued a notice to remediate. The compliance found that there was no farm activity. And the reason for that was we haven't transferred the lease since she was named successor. There was a lot of issues that were going on at that time. First of all, the director didn't have the authority to sign certain, or give the authorization to survey, or to sign maps and stuff like that. So now, with Public Law 37-131, we can move forward with Ms. Cruz. So she's here now to come into compliance. In order for her to come into compliance, she needs to clear all those big trees and her access. She did, when she surveyed, she did survey the easement, so she just wants to start her farming.
Is she up to date on her taxes?
Yes. That was from her mother, originally from Teresita Cruz. So in order for us to, before we brought her to the board, to have the lease transferred to her name, she had to do all the requirements. So paying taxes. That was also part of the reason why she wanted to give up the 6 acres.
Yeah.
So we're gonna be authorizing for her to apply for clearing and grading permits. If, with the board approving that, how much time this is just for my knowledge. When we approve stuff like that, how much time do they have to apply for and obtain the grading permits and do the work?
Well, we'll immediately issue the authorization to apply for a permit. Now, the requirements of DPW, I'm gonna go on a limb, and I know they probably, or even
Okay.
Last one for me, I'm sorry. I
Which
can't
one,
see.
land and admin?
Oh, land what, admin?
Land admin?
Okay,
Ready from that?
yep.
One of the great legal mysteries is how do you lease property that you don't own?
Right.
COTC. You'd be surprised. We have leases on ancestral property. We have leases on private property. So we're,
Wow.
just to give you a little idea of what we're dealing with, I'm surprised Mr. Miller's here hasn't receded yet. I'm always calling him.
Can you see the time on that?
It's 3:53 on the screen.
That is the time. We're back. Continue.
There we go.
Clemente?
Let me look for.
Lane Joe Benevent.
Can you hear us, Ms. Lanjo?
Yep.
Good afternoon.
Okay. Yes, Ron.
Okay, with Ms. Lanjo Beneventi, she's coming in to request to conclude her survey map on Lot 2, Block 6, Track 10121, Jigo, and also requesting to revert her application lease from agriculture back to its original residential.
So just to provide a little bit more information, in the past, survey maps were being approved administratively by the administrative director. However, we chose to take the path of bringing the maps now to the board for approval, in line with their lease or their lease document. Although just know that in our proposals for consideration to delegate authority, we're including that task to the admin director, so that it's streamlined and it's a little bit more quicker. So today it's just the approval of Ms. Lane Joe's map, which would be an item to get her into compliance because her lease is subject to survey. The reversion of her application type from agriculture to residential is really just reverting it back to the original application type. Ms. Lane Joe falls under the clouded lease law.
And the cloud was because there was no survey?
No, the switch of application type.
Hmm.
It's not required
Switch
to
of
switch.
application type.
Yeah.
Okay. So she's gonna revert it, so there's two requests, to approve the map and then revert it from agricultural back to residential.
Correct.
Okay.
Do you have the map? that
Yeah,
you
it's
can
an
show?
active, or is there a map for us to review, to approve?
We don't
Still
have
in,
that. It's probably
Still a
with
check print, yeah, still the check print, stage, but it's with Mr. Pierce. So, apologies, I'm not providing a copy of that. But there is it's just a pending the approval of the commission for this, for the, authority for the director to sign.
If anything, if the board should consider, in their motion, maybe not to exceed the half acre. Because her lease is for a half acre.
I'm sorry, on item number 18, it says that the lot 2, are we looking at lot 2, block 6, track 10? It says that it's 1997 square meters. So I'm sorry, not to exceed half acre? That's about a half acre?
Yeah,
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Because plus or minus.
plus
Yeah.
or minus. Okay,
I'm sorry, what was your statement?
not to exceed that.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay.
Plus or minus.
Yeah, so she's still within. Okay, I make a motion to accept the survey map approval on lot 2, block 6, tract 10121 Jigo, and to revert Ms. Lane Joan Beneventi's application from agricultural to residential.
No, second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Brian Ross, Evangelista
I'm sorry,
Mendiola.
just about this,
I think
Ms.
it's-
Lanjo?
Oh, Brian.
Hello? Okay, so the board approved the request, so we'll be in contact with you to further, conclude the, your map and, also your application. Okay? Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brian Ross. So, the next constituent is Mr. Brian Ross, Evangelista Mendiola. Mr. Mendiola is a residential lessee with the CHamoru Land Trust Commission and also has a loan guarantee with a mortgage with the Guam Housing Corporation. Mr. Mendiola does fall under the clouded lease law. However, Mr. Mendiola, based on the letter issued by the Guam Housing Corporation, has a past due of $2,986.41. If Mr. Mendiola does not resolve the delinquency within 60 days of notice, which was dated April 7, 2025, then the guarantor shall pay the delinquent amount plus interest. That's based on the terms of our loan guarantee document that we issue here to guarantee the mortgages of our constituents. We did conduct a site inspection of the residence of Mr. Mendiola. He was present at the time. He was advised to contact the Guam Housing Corporation to work out a payment plan if possible. We did advise him that there are other programs that may be available if the monthly rate was too high. But we did advise to speak with Guam Housing in relation to the program requirements. I'm assuming Mr. Mendiola didn't reach out to the Guam Housing Corporation. I believe that's why Ms. Panglin and Ms. Guerrero was here. We do move for the board to consider to pay the loan to bring it current, to prevent any other interest fees that may be attached. We will do our best to contact Mr. Mendiola, even if it requires us to conduct another visit to his residence. We'll bring him in. At the same time, we'll be putting together some amortization schedule that we'll present to the board for him to repay whatever it is CLTC is going to pay to bring it current. If in the event Mr. Mendiola is still not able to perform, then we'll come back, we'll bring it back to the board, and by that time it should be the 60 days. He is in default, and our avenue for curing the default is either we pay the loan in full, keep it current, or we find the next applicant in line to take over, and Mr. Mendiola will be evicted from his residence.
What about the wife, Brittany Mendiola?
So what we've learned is that they're divorced or they're separated now. It's just Mr. Mendiola. I believe, I was told by Mr. Mendiola, if I'm not mistaken, if my memory serves me correct, that she was contacted to make payment because she's on the loan. But nonetheless, if we still don't get any positive results from it, we will be back here within the 60 days to present the case to foreclose, and we move on to the default cure notice or cure process that we do have in that. But today, we ask the board to consider if Mr. Mendiola does not pay within, at least by the end of May, that we pay to bring the account current to avoid any accrual of any interest or penalties. Would that be okay? Which is $2,986.41.
That's just the current, to bring it current.
Yes, ma'am.
Is Mr. Mendiola making his current, any payments other than?
I believe not.
Has the CLTC staff reached out with regard to his current status? I mean, is he unemployed?
I spoke with Mr. Mendiola at our site visit, and we did advise him of other options if he was struggling with monthly payments about refinancing. And we did advise to contact the Guam Housing Corporation, but I just confirmed earlier that he has made no effort.
Mhm.
We will though schedule another site visit, and we'll do everything we can to get a hold of Mr. Mendiola to resolve this matter before we do proceed with the foreclosure.
Well, it kind of seems apparent that he's not interested. He's not here to try and defend himself.
He was advised of the date and time to come to the meeting. And like Commissioner had mentioned, he may not have any interest.
I mean, if somebody came to my house and told me they're going to foreclose on me, I'll come to the meeting.
Yeah,
But he has really, what was his original loan?
It's on the
I think the current principal balance is 130, I think. probably-
148,000.
It's on item EE.
No, the original loan, the mortgage.
Is it 150,000?
That's how it's standing.
Yeah. 150.
150. Well, that's the loan guarantee amount, or the request.
So I'm trying to wrap my head around the process, so, I mean, we bring the loan current, and then we try to get him to pay, and if he doesn't pay, we foreclose? Because,
Well, eventually, we're gonna have to pay
we
them.
pay them, right,
Correct.
okay, and then we would take the property from him if he does,
Correct.
okay.
So there's no loan assumption.
We would well, there's two ways. We can continue to pay to make the loan current, or we can pay it in full to prevent any accrual of any interest. So that's the.
So my
either-
question, I guess where I'm leading is, if we pay it in full, what benefit is that to CLTC? Then we have a house that we own on the land. How are we gonna make the revenue to pay back that loan?
The next applicant in line. Or we can refer the next applicant in line to go through the process to assume.
Get a
the
mortgage
amount.
loan and,
Yeah.
So, but
Okay.
what is, what is, I guess, the procedure? We are actually legally able to do two, we can pay it off, and then we can,
foreclose, right?
yeah, we can foreclose and say, let's just say the balance is 100,000 for simple money terms, it's 100,000. We wanna give this lease to you, but when we give the lease to you, we're gonna be the mortgage holder for that lessee for 100,000? I'm trying to find a way for us, if we pay this, how are we gonna
To
recoup?
recoup. So the other way is that we send the next applicant in line to WAM Housing.
To see if they qualify to assume that loan.
Correct.
So they assume, they get a lease, and then they purchase the improvement on the property.
Does he have a successor?
I believe he might have named one, although we will extend that option to him, because if he had the lease for 7 years, he can transfer it. And whoever he transfers it to will assume the indebtedness of the loan, which again, they would have to go through
That
WAM
would be
Housing
subject
to
to
get
WAM
modified.
Housing's approval, right?
So we'll
Yeah.
explore all the options, we'll present all the options available, but for today, if the board can consider to avoid any accrual of any interest amounts, if he doesn't respond or make current his loan by the end of May, the board authorized us to pay $2,986.41 to bring it current.
Is we're gonna foreclose on him, how short a time frame is that?
Let me go back to the act, because it's detailed in that.
So I preferred not to foreclose, because if we foreclose, that means that we're gonna be the one to have to pay it. I mean, CLTC will pay the loan, and my question is, how are we gonna recoup those funds?
Okay.
You know, I think that, we need to think about, protecting our coffers,
Understood.
the CLTC coffers. Of course, we have to pay our obligations, but at the same time, if someone else has made an obligation, it's just like paying taxes. We need to find a way to have the lessee assume that.
For sure, if we were to foreclose on any loans, we will develop an amortization schedule. If it's not funded through a mortgage obtained through WAM Housing, but done internally, and attach an interest rate and all that other great stuff.
I'm just looking at the fact that he's not very responsive, he doesn't seem to care. And we may pay his outstanding this month, and then we're gonna pay it next month. That's why I wanna know what would the fast track be to foreclose? Instead of us just keep paying the monthly and he's not reciprocating.
So what we're gonna have to do,
Well, the,
Fast track.
Madam Chairman, Commissioners, the fastest
Yeah,
track,
is eviction.
well, the fastest track is to pay off, is for you to pay off the loan in full, and then immediately turn around and evict him out of your house. So that then you will have the dirt and the house together and completely in your control, and move it on to whomever you want to. We could just, in essence, take over the loan, just make the monthly payment, and start going down the list and saying, who wants this lot with this house? And if you do want it, you need to talk to Guam Housing, and because you're not only gonna get a $99 lease, you're also getting a house with a $150,000 note on it.
So if we did sell the house, it would just be at what we lost, cause I mean, it's like,
We could appraise it.
right, you know, it's like,
We can do that. I mean, you know, we do have funds that are dormant with no funding source.
So,
Just so you know.
But I guess I'm just looking at, is it gonna be a 60-day, 90-day, 120-day turnover?
yeah, that's a concern, cause it's like, if we're gonna go through the foreclosure process, I mean, at least from, you know, from what I've seen with, when banks or financial institutions foreclose, they go through a whole process, is that?
Well,
is
you
CLTC
wouldn't be needing to foreclose because you own the dirt.
Okay,
It's
Well, just being in-
it's Guam Housing, yeah,
It's,
It's our law.
right,
so either they have to foreclose on the house,
okay,
which is with the dirt subject to your ownership, or you have to evict him.
so if we just pay it off, the loan's gone, it's our house,
Your house.
Yes.
okay.
Get it appraised and go to the next applicant.
So has CLTC ever foreclosed on a property?
We
before?
have a couple,
And how long was that process?
I don't recall, because it was a long time ago. We did, I think,
And what
pay
is
off.
the success rate of having to fill after foreclosing, putting in another applicant?
The one structure that was paid off by CLTC eventually was offered to another constituent with some issues with her lease property. And I think it was due to a relocation, so it only made sense to just move her into a house that was readily available instead of paying for the relocation and all that other great stuff. That's the only one I could remember. Other than that, Mr. Mendiola, this is not his first rodeo with us bringing him to the board due to non-payment. This is probably the second or third time.
Mhm.
It's time to
chronic.
foreclose.
Chronic.
What's the condition of the home?
Yeah.
It's livable, it's fully concrete.
Oh, yeah. Can you present the pictures since they have it? And also, like, what is it, 3-bedroom, 2-bedroom, what are the details?
Come on,
I'm joining the party.
they wanna talk about investing in some real estate.
It's a decent house.
Okay.
The
Well,
lawn
just
is also
the-
maintained.
I guess my question to, since you're sitting at the table now, Guam Housing. My question to Guam Housing is, since you're the mortgage holder and you know the condition of the house, would you, is this house, I mean, the condition of the house, is it loanable? I mean, would you approve another, occupant to live in that house? Or does that house need to have repairs in order, and maintenance in order for you to approve a loan? Is
Okay.
it readily livable?
It is livable, but we were not able to see the interior, just the exterior, right? But it just needs painting,
Exteriorly?
yes. But we took photos as of the other day.
So why weren't you able to see interior? You didn't
The,
request?
we did request, but the occupant, we were told that it was not presentable for anybody to come inside the house. So that's why we were not able to go into
When
the
we
house.
visit,
make
you
another
can
appointment.
hear dogs inside
Yeah.
the unit.
Mm,
So,
okay.
and then they sounded like large dogs. We really didn't want to get too close to the door, so.
Yes, there were dogs, so that's why we were also careful with that.
So in the event there was foreclosure, do you foresee any issues with
Eviction?
eviction?
We may possibly encounter some kind of dispute or some kind of obstacle. But again, we'll go back to our default curing process, because I think it's either 60 or 90 days when CLTC can consider the loan in default, and then we can apply the process. But we'll go back to that.
But anyway, that's not the question that we're here for today. We're
Yeah.
just here to
To make
pay the
a,
delinquent amount.
if it's not settled by the end of May,
Yeah,
April, May,
and then,
because we'll be,
the other issues that we discussed with regard to foreclosure and eviction, you need to come back to us next month and present that.
yes, ma'am.
Another meeting.
That's to prevent any additional fees if the board does decide by May.
I believe on the guarantee that was issued on behalf of the Mendiola, I think after you paid at the 60 days, we notify you and you bring it current, and then CLTC will continue to make the payment if no payments were made by him, but I think you allow him 1 year to keep the loan performing, you know, paying it, keeping it current, and then you can, and that's based on the guarantee that you issued on behalf of Mr. Mendiola.
So if we were to make this payment, will we be issuing him some sort of communication, like immediately to let him know we've made the payment and that if he doesn't take action?
Definitely, I'll personally be the one to go there and wait till he comes home if I have to.
But I mean, he's still in default. You know,
Yes, yes.
He's still in default.
This is just to comply with our,
I mean, I guess
No
the,
guarantee.
I guess probably the best we can do today is for you all to authorize the
Payment?
expenditure to bring the loan current, and then Joey gets to go out there with a demand letter that says, CLTC has brought your loan current. If we don't get evidence that you've made the June payment, then we are gonna immediately start court proceedings to get you off this property.
How many times has he been in default? Because you said that this is not his first rodeo.
2 or twice, 2 or 3 times.
Two already?
Yeah.
In a year?
I'm sorry?
In a year's time?
No,
For the duration of the loan.
Different years.
To our knowledge, and from the disclosure of Mr. Mendiola, he is employed. He's
That's
employed
right.
with the government of Guam.
He's employed.
So somebody else.
Regardless,
So I make a motion to bring this loan current for Mr. Brian Ross Evangelista Mendiola with the, I don't know, is it called condition, to start default proceedings immediately. So we're not gonna say, we paid you, please start to pay. We're gonna say, we paid for you, and we're also kicking you out as of now. Because if he's already been to this table 2 or 3 times, and, you know, to Commissioner Garrido's point, if he's not interested personally to defend his primary residence, then we need to move quickly and move forward, because there are so many other beneficiaries that need homes.
was there a cosigner?
It was
The white,
His
the
wife.
wife. The wife.
So put her on the hook too. So that's my motion.
I'll second.
I need to ask a question before I take a vote. Isn't it Guam Housing's obligation to do the foreclosure?
On the
Yes.
loan, yes.
So if we pay his loan, that's giving him time to own the home. And if you want to foreclose, that just, it's taking away the house from him. You understand?
Good point.
Yeah. So if you wanna get rid of him, you gotta foreclose. Guam Housing has to do the foreclosure.
Okay, if I may speak, because the next one is just another example of why we're here with the Munoz property. The lessees passed away, right? But we were here last year, and Joey knows that, and even Mr. Miller was there. When,
But this matters, the person's still alive. I'm talking about this case.
yes, okay, so I
I need to get an answer
okay.
regarding that.
Okay, so we can go down that path, but because CHamoru Land Trust also has a guarantee with the loan that he got from us, and it was signed. And so all we're asking is at least pay to current, right, to make the loan current, but then we will. But we don't want to take a home without fee simple. Because you guys leased the property for 99 years. So like he's saying, pay off.
So then what's the cure for you?
Attorney?
I kind of understand where
Yeah.
Chairwoman Bordallo is coming from.
Yes.
If you guys foreclose, then, you know, you take the home away from him, we could, because
Take it and
we could
sell
bid,
it?
pay off your loan, and,
But we're basically buying him
Yeah,
time if
well-
we bring it current.
But the property's not ours. Unless you guys buy
Assume,
it.
assume.
right, that's,
Assume for sake of discussion, they foreclosed on the home. The result would be Guam Housing would own a house on leased land. But and they would, as soon as they completed the foreclosure, they would call your guarantee and make you pay off the house. So we can give them the project of getting the tenant, your tenant, their borrower, out of the house. But you're gonna have to pay them off,
understood.
either month by month or one big check, one way or the other, because you've guaranteed Mr. Mendiola's
Sure.
loan.
Understood.
Can I make a motion to withdraw my motion?
Modify it.
To modify it?
It's your motion, you don't, we don't even have to vote on that. If you wanna withdraw it, it's withdrawn.
I make a motion to withdraw my original motion, because I think that Chairwoman Bordallo brought up a very good point, and I think the way to recoup the funds needs to be seriously considered.
And we are the guarantor. So, once you get the house back,
You still get your
Yeah.
funds from
we
us.
would,
Yes,
Have to pay,
Then
then
we'll pay
they're gonna buy the house.
yeah.
right.
Then we'll pay
At the
That's our next
appraisal,
case.
at the appraisal value.
But as opposed to us paying the outstanding, and then there's gonna be outstanding again next month.
I mean,
Not the appraisal value, because our guarantee's not
I
for the
would
appraisal, it's only for the amount of
suggest,
the loan.
though, that you,
Not for the
and
appraisal value.
this is more a question for Mr. Cruz, is
I know,
you
but we
have
don't
to
guarantee the amount.
consider your cash
If
flow.
we bid it at foreclosure though,
Then you guys go.
If,
right, because it's like, because we own the lease,
The-
there's not many people that would,
Qualify, I mean, eligible.
yeah, I don't know who would actually bid on the property, because they wouldn't be able to have.
They own a good big crane to take it
Yeah.
and move it.
You can, right?
if you let Guam Housing complete the foreclosure, they're gonna call the guarantee and ask for $150 some odd thousand. And so they're gonna want one check, one big check.
So it would be for the entirety of the guarantee, or just the amount of the loan, the remaining balance of the loan?
The
Whatever
balance of
is-
the loan.
Yeah, just the
Whatever's
balance, right?
the total
Yeah.
balance.
maybe
Okay.
we can make arrangements to pay half of it. And then when we get a buyer who's qualified, then that buyer pays and we get our money back.
So that brings me to my original question, have you foreclosed at Guam Housing before? And that's why I asked, not Guam Housing, excuse me, CLTC. What was the process for foreclosure?
All they did, all I could remember is that they owed X amount of money, I believe it was to SBA. They paid the $30-some thousand in full. They removed the occupant of the house, and then they brought in or awarded that house to another constituent who I believe was going through like a relocation. So it was easier, cheaper to offer that structure instead of paying the whole relocation requirement. But that's all I could remember.
Does the loan at Guam Housing allow for forbearance to start foreclosing procedures? Forbearance on the loan, and you can foreclose on that particular individual, so that it'll give CLTC the time and opportunity to find another lessee to qualify for the amount that's owed to Guam Housing, and then assume that loan. Is that here?
Well, and a significant complication,
Yeah, I know it's, what's the least complicated way?
in these foreclosure situations, the significant complication is CLTC has to find the next occupant by starting at the top of the list.
Yeah.
And we can't just put an ad in the paper and
We'd have to
say,
go through
Yeah.
all the applicants on the list, find out if they qualify to,
Yeah, since it's
Purchase
like
the
time
home.
and date,
Yeah.
we have to
Yeah.
come down.
In the order of
But
receipt.
there is a right of redemption for 1 year.
1 year.
right?
So,
We know.
That's our next case. We have one more case.
The only reason we're coming before and mentioning the guarantee is we have not started the foreclosure proceedings, because that would accrue legal fees, any costs associated with foreclosure proceedings, the notice of sale, that would all be at cost. That would have to be recovered by Guam Housing, and that would be the amount in the event COTC is gonna pay it off. Those costs would be included, and that would only raise it up. But it does allow, your guarantee does allow to just bring it current and find, if he doesn't wanna continue, you find the next available, and you can even send us several names. So if one doesn't go, then at least you have a backup for another individual. I'm sure you know, because we wouldn't know, we can't just foreclose other, because they would have to be an eligible
For
applicant, right?
CLTC, it would be an eviction notice then, we would have to
Correct.
evict him.
yes,
So we would evict him because we're not foreclosing, maintain the loan, find the next person to qualify for the loan amount at Guam Housing.
We're just evicting him off the property, and then we would pay off the house.
We've been making the monthly
And-
payments on the house.
Right.
Find someone to step into the loan.
To assume the
So
loan.
So what we've been doing
Qualify
is-
to assume for the loan amount.
So what we've been doing with this notice to remediate is, we've been referring our residential lessees to Guam Housing to see, because constructing a home is part of the requirement. If we should proceed with evicting or foreclosing, maybe we're gonna retain that house, get it back. We can start our lessees who have residential leases. We could definitely send
Send them
everybody,
out.
all residential applicants. Cause like we talked about 1022 earlier, 300 of those lessees in that tract have to be relocated, so possibly somebody within that 300 may be able to qualify for.
Yeah, we would have to plan this carefully, because if we remove someone, you remove him from that home, we gotta get someone in there fast, because at some point, homes that are unoccupied tend to get vandalized
Well,
pretty quickly.
I'm thinking it's already in a sad state, if
Yeah.
they have dogs running
Yeah.
around inside
Yeah.
the house.
They sound large, big dogs,
Yeah.
not like a Shih Tzu.
I'm just assuming because, like they said, they heard a lot of dogs inside the house,
Yeah.
so.
I mean, I've seen foreclosed homes that were unoccupied for so long that people start pulling the wires out of the wall, it's just, yeah, so.
Well, perhaps I might suggest that the path forward is CLTC pays this current through the end of May. So now you're only out about $2,500. And then tell Mr. Cruz to call GPD and get a couple of friends from GPD, and next week go out
And start the land eviction
and
notice.
see what you're dealing with.
Right.
Yeah, if the inside of the house is uninhabitable, that'll take you down one path. If the inside of the house is, well, you know, steam cleaning and some paint, and then that might take you down another path.
So at the end of the day, if we pay this, we should just really be on a track where we're not just gonna bring it current, I mean, obviously we wanna help home housing, but we wanna make sure that CLTC is gonna be taking the action necessary to, to evict and get a lessee in there that's gonna take care of their business.
We should have a newsletter where we put out our ads,
Or you can put it on the website.
monthly ads, saying house for sale.
Must
Maybe the next
qualify
in
with
line.
Guam housing for this amount.
Now, Madam Chairman, you can certainly have staff just send a letter to the next 25
Yeah.
people in line.
Or just send it out to the 300,
Yeah,
You know, say, if you're at all interested,
yeah,
put your hand up.
because building a house, having to apply for survey, building permit, the whole
yeah.
9 yards takes a lot.
Cost of homes today.
Just water alone, about $8,000.
So would the motion be to bring the loan current and start immediate land eviction or lease eviction proceedings? So we want to, not only do we want to bring the loan current because we, don't want to be in default, but we want to start to evict him because obviously he's not interested in his primary residence. So that, and simultaneously, we can be looking for the next person to qualify for Guam housing for the loan amount plus interest plus everything else we would put into.
But are we required to give him the opportunity to pay that current first?
I believe between Friday and the end of the month, that 2 weeks sufficient time at the very least to at least, if we can work out a payment plan. I'm not sure what Guam Housing's process is.
No, but I think the eviction, the land eviction is on us. I don't think we have to give him the opportunity because he's already defaulted.
To
Yeah.
resolve it.
Because once we pay them current, then he's
That's-
no longer in default.
Right, but you
He's
see,
behind 1 month?
No, this is January.
3 or 4 months.
Oh, okay, so even if,
Total for the arrears is the 2,000 something?
Yes.
29? About 29.
so what would be the basis of our CLTC eviction?
that sounds like he has a nice
Breach
monthly payment.
compliance.
Breach of the lease.
Yeah, breach of lease.
Or is loan guarantee either?
Do we have to give
I
him
mean,
time to
just-
cure?
It's for some.
What?
No?
I think if it's
Pardon?
already 60 days, it's already considered a default.
Yeah,
60 or 90 days.
I think, from my point of view, if we brought the note current and Joey and some friends from GPD got a look at the property, and we came back in 2 weeks, we could have sort of a much more thoughtful conversation. Because among other things, when you show up with a couple of guys with guns and say, look, here's the deal.
Right.
You either get serious or me and my friends are coming back and you're out of here. And oftentimes you tell somebody, look, time's up. Next time I come back, I'm coming back with more of these guys, and we're gonna put your stuff on the lawn. They go, all right, you know, give me 10 days and I'm out of here, and they'll just hand you the keys. But nobody's, because of the dogs, nobody's wanted
To go in there,
to have
yeah.
a serious conversation.
Too close.
Yeah.
I don't think, I mean, the guy already knows, Mr. Mendiola is already fully aware that he's in default. I'm sure that you,
4 months behind, you said,
yeah,
right?
they've already been sending him letters, so.
Emails.
Yeah, and emails, and if he's already aware, I mean,
He's not
this is not his
Coming for
first time
payment.
that he's come to this table. I'm hesitant to give him any more leeway to try to evade or avoid, because the longer we wait, the more potential damage to the home, and the higher the risk is to find the next lessee to qualify. And we're here to protect CLTC coffers and, right, for the, and there's so many people out there that are waiting for homes.
I just hope the house, the interior of the house is half decent. Otherwise, there's a lot of expense to
For the, I mean,
make it livable.
I'm just gonna say that, you know, if what is the current outstanding balance, 138 plus 44,009, so that's less than 150. Really, you can't buy a three-bedroom home for 150,000. So even if you
Plus
qualify.
99.
Plus 99 what, dollars? It's still less than 200,000.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, they can get an additional loan or whatever to, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if
That's
you
a
go,
very good
if you
deal.
go
Yeah.
through that whole list, you'll find somebody who will take it as is.
Right.
Yeah. I know that if that property was, if it was fee simple with the balance owed, if that was to go to foreclosure, it would sell for way in excess of what's owed, so.
There's a lot of homes on the market that are not fee simple, condos that are not fee simple that are still selling. So I think that's on the bright side. So make your motion.
Either way, what you have to do.
I make a motion to bring the loan for Mr. Brian Ross Evangelista Mendiola to Guam Housing current, on his current property, with the, in addition to have immediately default, in CLTC to effectuate immediate default proceedings.
If we can, just mention the amount, $2,986.41.
To bring the loan current to avoid addition rate $86.41.
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Motion carried. Pay your bill.
May 30.
Joey,
Don't mind
go
friends we've got.
direct to default proceedings, we're not gonna wait.
The next item on the agenda is a little bit more interesting. Ready? No, that's from them. Ready?
Go ahead.
So the next item is regarding Mr. Jose Castro Munoz, but we do have present Ms. Carmen Meno. This case or this matter is similar to what we were just discussing earlier, although this one did go through a foreclosure proceedings already. In initially, Mr. Munoz was issued a lease, an agriculture lease, from CLTC, an unregistered property. Mr. Munoz was issued a loan guarantee and did obtain a loan from the Guam Housing Corporation. Mr. Munoz had passed, named his daughter Grace Joanne Cruz as his successor, although on July 30th, 2020, Ms. Cruz had relinquished her successorship rights to Ms. Carmen Meno, who's her cousin, which is also in the line of succession. Throughout the period, Ms. Meno was making payments towards the loan. However, I believe when she did learn that the property was unregistered and there was uncertainty about the transfer of or the conveyance or the successorship of the lease, I guess she stopped making payments to the loan. Fast forward today, Guam Housing did come to CLTC to request to resolve the outstanding balance that was initially prior to the foreclosure proceedings, but CLTC did not do so. They proceeded, and the total aggregate amount, if CLTC is going to exercise their redemption, is $40,227.68 to include the 2025 real property assessment. We don't have that number, but it shouldn't be more than $41,000 in total. Again, Guam Housing would like to afford the opportunity for CLTC to exercise our redemption. Ms. Meno is still occupying the premises. We did conduct a site visit. There is a structure that is livable. Ms. Meno has been maintaining the grass aside from some metallic waste that needs to be removed. Ms. Meno did disclose her desire to resolve this matter in any way she can and would like to continue to stay and to succeed the lease that was given to her uncle.
Who was the named successor?
Initially,
Yeah.
Ms. Grace Joanne Cruz,
Is
the daughter.
your cousin? Is this woman, is she in the merchant area? Because I'm thinking there was that one,
That's another one.
yeah,
Yeah,
she
yeah.
was paying the mortgage and there was like a cloud in the title, so she stopped paying and she was in the merchant area.
That's one of our many cases.
Okay, that answered my question.
So, today, we wanna present it to the board just for the board to determine the direction we're gonna take. We're gonna exercise our redemption, and pay the no more than 41,000, which is inclusive of the aggregate sum that includes the amount owed, the attorney fees, and the real property taxes for 2025. Like I said, Ms. Carmen has displayed her wanting to resolve this. She has made mention she is willing to do what she needs to do to maintain and to succeed the lease. So I don't know if Guam Housing would be able to offer her a loan knowing that it's an unregistered. Hopefully Ms. Edith will say yes.
Oh, no, yeah. The property's ours, the house is ours as of March.
Correct,
Right.
if we exercise our redemption.
So, we don't know if Ms. is gonna come up and check if she needs to be pre-qualified,
Okay.
right? To assume the loan amount. But I also understand that loan is not necessarily we can sell it to.
Within the 1 year right of redemption,
Redemption.
we would have to sell it at the acquisition cost plus any additional costs like the taxes that we paid since the acquisition. But after that, well, we can sell it for the appraisal value, at least for the house after the 1 year. If you opt not to, then we can sell it for the, at the appraisal value
After the 1 year.
after the 1 year.
So Ms. Carmen, when are you gonna go to Guam
One
Housing
year,
to get pre-approved?
March 2026.
So what is the total amount owed to Guam Housing that needs to be cleared to, it's the 41,000?
No more than 41.
more,
It's
no
40,227.68 plus the 2025 real property taxes. Shouldn't exceed 48.
So, the total loan amount, or the total amount that needs to be settled with Guam Housing is just the 41,000? So, if Ms. Carmen Meadow becomes the new lessee, we will pass that amount on to her, this 41,000. Okay,
If she can get pre-qualified even before we do anything, and just try to figure out how she can just fit right in and assume.
So-
You can't get a better deal anywhere. You can't get a better deal, there's a structure in the property, you can't get a better
The
deal
only thing that
anywhere.
stopped me from paying at least, I wasn't sure if it was gonna be comfortable.
You should be down at Guam Housing first thing, 8 o'clock tomorrow morning and
yeah,
wait in line.
but she's aware of the balance of the 41,000 prior to this meeting?
Yes,
Okay. So prior to this meeting, was it ever been asked of her to pre-qualify for this amount? With the understanding that if the lease is transferred to her, she will certainly be responsible for this amount.
I believe that she was informed of the requirements.
At this point, do you have any pre-qualification letter for this amount?
No, I haven't gone to anywhere.
So I'm
That's
hesitant
why I'm
to
here, to
transfer
see
the
what I
lease
need
to
to do.
her if she's not even qualified or is not sure if she's qualified
Understood.
for this amount. Because if we transfer the lease to her and she's not qualified, and
Maybe we
we
can-
pay the 41,000, how are we gonna get the 41,000?
Can we make that
We can table
subject
it.
to her acquire, you know?
Or just simply table
We
this
can
for 2
table it
weeks,
for next
Okay.
2 weeks.
Sure.
and she now knows where
Yeah.
she should be at 8 AM tomorrow.
So if you want to assume the lease, you know, and I believe that this should be for any other leases moving forward, before it comes to this board, before any person comes to this board, if they're not qualified to assume the lease, then it shouldn't be on the agenda.
Okay, got it.
Because then we're just gonna ask them to please go ahead and qualify.
How big is the lot?
Since we were gonna discuss about that, if the lot should be conveyed to Ms. Meno, we're gonna shrink it, because I think it's 3 or 3.5 acres.
Yep.
She was 3.6.
3.66 acres.
Large.
But that would help reduce your property taxes.
And your farming requirement.
Yeah.
But again, Ms. Carmen would be one of those lessees who fall into that category of not being able to farm 2/3.
Right.
Because there's an existing structure. That's one of the considerations we had mentioned earlier.
So you're saying this property is also not registered?
Correct. We've issued, CLTC has issued 223 leases on unregistered property.
So when we transfer it to her, will it be registered?
No.
So what do we do?
Yeah,
What's
like,
the
what's the
process?
process to get it
Yeah,
registered?
I don't understand.
There's two
How can we make it whole, completely whole?
In order to get the property registered, any property registered, we have to have stamped survey maps,
Recorded.
and recorded. Initiate a legal process. Notice goes out to all the adjoining landowners. It's several months of while we move through the land registration process.
Mhm.
You know, in this case, both the Guam Housing and CHamoru Land Trust is just sort of operating on good faith that nobody else is gonna claim ownership of the land, or any of or the house that happens to sit on the land that nobody's exactly sure who owns it. And so we would just continue to operate with, here while we wait for all the technical requirements to initiate the land registration process to be completed.
Joey, is the house located near the boundaries?
So the house is located
Or
right,
dead center?
right at the boundary of the portion of that specific parcel that was registered. So if you're heading up to San Cotlet, where Pigua area is, you keep going, and I believe it's the second right. So from that forward has been registered. Everything from after the second right back wasn't registered. So
No, but I guess I'm trying to determine, is there legal access to the property?
yes, there is. It's right along the road,
So is this property surveyed or not?
not surveyed.
So it's not surveyed, so we don't know if there's any, boundary violations or anything like that?
Correct, that's
Okay,
correct.
it's just on a parcel that,
That adjoins the registered property.
Yeah. That is
So
part
we
of.
do have legal definition on one side.
Yes, and there's, I believe the roads were recently repaved, so there's some.
so is there a lot number on this?
2-1, right? Lot number 5.
10122 dash
How can
R.
it have a lot number
When it's not registered.
if it's not
It's not
registered?
registered.
Um,
Proposed.
There is, I believe there's a land registration map that probably gave it its legal description. Or it could, because it's an R18, it's the remainder of the unregistered portion. It's the remainder, so it was one big parcel, to the right was registered, the remainder is where it's unregistered, which is the R18, I believe, I'm not sure.
I guess because it specifies 3.66 acres, I'm trying to understand where the boundaries are if you say it's unregistered, and you said it's unsurveyed. Is
There
it
could have been
unsurveyed?
a subdivision master plan map created,
Okay.
which is not it's just a tabletop. It was for assessment of real property taxes. So, the board can consider tabling it. We can put it on the agenda for May 22nd if Ms. Carmen is able tomorrow morning to go to Guam Housing or sooner.
Motion to table. I'll motion to table, subject to Ms. Meno going to Guam Housing, pre-qualifying, and for reconsideration at our next meeting.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Uh,
8 o'clock.
But she can also get a personal loan, right? It doesn't have
Correct.
to be
Yeah.
at Guam Housing. You can also,
Yeah.
you can go get a personal loan, you can go to any bank, get a loan for this amount, so that when you satisfy that, you can pay off
It's
Guam
not
Housing.
that big
Yeah.
amount. You're not gonna get a better deal
Yeah.
than that.
It's unheard of.
So, yeah,
Okay, you will.
41's the number.
Yeah, just don't buy a car.
between now and the next, however,
After you
when,
get your loan, then you
Even
can.
if it's just a simple, right? It's above 41.
Yeah, this is.
No, but nowadays,
Thank you.
cars are so expensive.
thank you, we'll hope to see you back soon.
So Ms. Pangilinan, as soon as we,
Well, we were here to see if you guys can buy the house from us. But obviously, you're giving us now 2 weeks, right, for her to pre-qualify. But if she doesn't come to us, then the option is she can go to get a personal loan.
yeah, or we come back and we,
But when you say buy the house from us, you're asking us to buy the house for that amount of 41,000?
Whatever
There's
is
a-
sold,
The
because
redemption.
you're still within
I'm
the
still-
1-year right of redemption, so.
We have
So then when, if we were to
Taxes.
acquire from them, then we would be able to give that to a new, let's see.
or her, Ms. Carmen.
Right, yeah.
The structure's full concrete or just semi?
It's full, but the extension,
It's only
the
two barrels.
extension is not, full concrete.
One barrel?
Still 41,000
Yeah.
for a house?
So can I just wanna make it clear, so, if
That's
she,
1970 price?
if she
Like
settles the
1960
41,000, that's it, she
Buy
doesn't
it,
have to,
41.
she doesn't have to
And
clear off
offer
any
the
other
people on
prior
the list
balances?
for
I just wanna make sure that,
I
I don't
won't
understand,
qualify.
you know, cause you keep bringing up a prior
For
balance.
Yeah.
CLTC
So-
standards?
We acquired it at 40,000, but of course we have to pay the taxes.
Right.
Right.
And all that. So
Yeah.
whatever is accrued up to the point that we sell to include the taxes, that's what we would have to sell.
But it's
because-
approximately that amount.
Yeah, within,
Got it. Okay,
yeah,
okay,
within
not,
the 1 year. After the year,
then
it's
it's,
gonna be the appraisal value.
okay.
So if she's not able to come up with the
We'll bring it back for the board to consider to buy it, to exercise the redemption.
Yeah, if
And
you
then
don't
we can give
pre-qualify,
it to
there's
another,
no
give it
use
to another
waiting.
person.
Well, but what I was mentioning to Commissioner Garrido is the commission buys the house for whatever.
Yeah,
You're not obligated to move the house on to the next person at 42.
we can sell it for,
yeah.
we can, right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
So
okay,
let's give her the opportunity first.
right.
Because, you know, she's already been making payments and stuff, right?
No, as of last year.
No, but,
Right.
no, she was making payments until she found out that she may not get the property.
Yes,
Right, yeah.
Understood that we lost out because it was supposed to be,
That's when we exercise our
Yeah.
rights.
yeah. So that's why,
I understand.
but, yeah, I guess.
So in 2 weeks, we'll be, hopefully she comes, sees you tomorrow, if not, definitely
goes to the bank.
she's gonna come to us. But, by next week, we'll follow up with her.
Yeah.
We'll make sure to follow.
On top of the issue on unregistered property.
We'll discuss that in another,
But it's gonna take more than a year, right, according to, Mr.
correct,
Borja,
correct,
to register a property?
yeah.
Wow, okay,
There's a whole process,
There's a
right?
whole process to go through.
Yeah.
The map, creating the land registration map is kind of long, takes a
Okay.
while, it's a lengthy process. So, okay.
moving on.
Okay, so we're done, thank you.
Thank you.
Fine,
See you in 2 weeks.
30 minutes.
Oh, yeah,
Madam-
the next board meeting to.
Madam Chair, since Attorney Miller needs to leave in about 30 minutes, and there's I submitted a request for an extension to submit our FY 2026 budget. And the letter, the extension was for till next week. Can we move the budget requests back up and consider to discuss that as our next item?
Sure. We cannot just go down this list of
No.
termination of application.
In 30 minutes?
No, just the whole thing, just one name all.
We're gonna ask that you name them individually.
You
But
can do one consent motion.
Yeah,
it's up to you guys.
I mean,
Um,
they're not here to contest anything.
Okay,
So,
so,
could I just ask real quick, I guess the genesis of the determination of all these people?
okay. So, when we resume the commencement of the lease award process, it's required, within the GAR that our constituents update their contact information, and they provide the information to commence the lease award within 90 days when CLTC requests for it. These individuals on this listing did not comply with the 90-day requirement.
Okay,
So the GAR reads that CLTC shall terminate the applications, they're able to reapply, but they do lose their place in line.
okay,
We've complied with the requirements and went above and beyond from what is required by law. We did send a certified mail, and it's reflected in the spreadsheet of the tracking number. We did receive some return mail, but also the law requires us Within 3 days after sending out the certified mail, we publish in a printed publication, which we did, the Guam Daily Post. We also posted it on our website, our Facebook page. We've shared it with the Mayor's Council presidents, and which he disseminated with his, with the various mayors to post it on their office. We did attempt to make contact via telephone. And again, these letters were mailed based on the last known address in file, which is the requirement by law. So today, there's about 14 applicants that we are presenting to the board to terminate due to non-compliance of 18 GAR Chapter 6A, 6A114.
Did you say you also published these names in the paper?
Correct.
So there was attempts made to, or multiple attempts made to contact them?
We're only required to send certified and publish, but like I said, we went the extra mile and we posted on the Facebook page and.
Okay. So, based on that, we can do one motion
Move to terminate all persons listed on the agenda, item 6. Number 2, termination of application, individuals A through N.
Or,
Or read their names?
Or name them individually.
yeah,
Do you prefer we name them individually?
Correct.
Okay. So which document do we go off of, this one or this
The
one?
most recent
The
one
most
that was
recent
just.
one, okay. So I'll make the motion. I make a motion to, in compliance with 18 GAR Chapter 6A, 6A114, the application for leases, make a motion to terminate the applications for the following individuals. Vivian Blas Jesus, David Blas Jesus, Bernadita Blas Jesus, Gina Cruz P. Maldonado, Randy Cruz Charfus, Franklin R. Babauta Jr., Gina Marie Toves Aldan, Larry Scott Zarling, Ritana Matilda Guerrero, Tara Maria Guerrero Lucena, George Patrick Santos, Rosemarie Demian Guzman, Janet Marie Nangauta, and Michael Adrian Guzman.
Second?
all in favor, say aye.
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 Motion carried.
That was a fast.
Isn't that cool?
Very good, thank you.
This is a good board, right? We're moving.
Oh, thank you.
So Madam Chair, if you can consider we bring back up the FY 2026 budget request.
So we're back to the
Second.
budget, right?
The motion.
Oh,
We're not-
before the budget request, I guess we can proceed with the next item, to amend the motion on January 18, 2024. In that meeting, the board made a motion to terminate the application of Mr. Anthony S.N. It was supposed to be Mr. Anthony S.N. Palacios.
Just to
Attached.
update the name.
Yeah.
So we're terminating a residential application?
Yes. Yes, that's correct. I believe in the packet is a copy of the motion that was,
Yeah.
and it's highlighted. So it just reads Anthony S.N. It should be Anthony S.N. Palacios.
And that is the minutes of January 18, 2024.
Wow.
The board meeting, correct?
Board meeting.
Correct.
So again, the motion is to amend the motion to Anthony S.N. Palacios, from Anthony S.N.
Yeah, to amend the motion made on
Okay.
January 18, 2024, that terminated the application of Anthony S.N. To be Anthony S.N. Palacios.
I'll make a motion to amend the motion made on January 18, 2024 board meeting, to, amend the termination of Anthony S.N. to the termination of the lease to Anthony S.N. Palacios.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried.
That's okay. I think it's okay. The attorney said, yeah, okay.
Application.
Yeah. He did mention application, right?
He said something else.
Just, can you say it again?
Lease.
Just to reclarify,
Oh,
restate
Okay.
it. Modify.
Okay.
Amend.
So I want to amend my motion to amend the motion made on January 18, 2024 board meeting to, and this is application, okay, to terminate the application of Anthony S.N. to terminate the application of Anthony S.N. Palacios.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Madam Chair, if we can, move up the FY 2026 budget request for CLTC. I provided additional information, but just for transparency and disclosure, I did meet with the chair of the Committee on Appropriations and the vice chair, which is our oversight chair, Senator Tony Ada and Senator Chris Duenas. I did present our requests. They did not give me a hard yes, but they will consider it. This is the first time CLTC will be requesting to recruit an additional 16 positions, but may create new employees between 10 and 12. Or not 16, I'm sorry, 12. 12 positions. The funding source for these positions will come from the unexpended appropriations from previous fiscal years. In that document that we just handed you today, there's a breakdown. It equates to about potentially $1.3 million. Although we did disclose to the senators that this money would only carry us for about a year and a half or 2 years. They're gonna have consideration would have to be given to allow for other special funds within CLTC to cover the cost in subsequent years. In our next meeting, we will be putting together a list of licenses that have commercial licensees that have not extended their option to renew in their license. So we're gonna move to commence the process of issuing a new commercial license or lease for those specific properties. I believe there's like 6 or 8 properties that were listed in our 2022 audit that the licensees were continuing to pay without the proper lease or license in place. And that's as a result of them not exercising their option to renew clause in their license.
So you're saying that that's gonna be a revenue source for these positions?
Potentially, yes.
Okay.
Currently, CLTC, aside from the supplement that's coming from the general fund, is funded through the CLTC Operations Fund. But to give you a little history, when the Survey and Infrastructure Fund was created, I believe in 2015, all new commercial leases executed after October 2015 revenues will now go into the Survey Infrastructure Fund. Leases that provide the revenue source for the Operations Fund are starting to mature and expire. So we project that there is about a collection of 700, but because it's fixed in nature, we account for allowance for doubtful accounts that may not pay, which would bring it down to about 600 on the low side. But moving forward, we provided you information on how we can pay for at least the first 2 years with some certainty that there is money available. Although in the end, even if the board approves, it still has to go through the legislature, discussions through their budget session. If it's sufficient, they'll approve, they may reduce, we don't know. But the FY 2026 budget request is for $1,645,090. That is in line too with the executive budget submission from the governor's office. The additional 728,000 is gonna come from prior year appropriations. We also put together this request based on a vision that we become proactive and we start performing tasks that will contribute to the process of land registration, developing subdivision, scheming it out, understanding the highest and best use, having admin staff. Today, we're only a staff of 11, that includes myself. We're stretched thin. We are capable, but we have the ability, but we're just not capable at this time. The additions of these recruitments will provide us the ability to have more progress.
You're willing but not able.
So, we hope the board can consider approving the budget requests as is. Although if the board would like to make any edits or changes, we're willing to take note and do so and provide it to the Office of Finance and Budget by next week.
Can you just start by going through the budget call document, so, just so we can speed along? So the third page, actually, fourth page of the budget, we have the organizational chart, and then we have department agency narrative. Okay, that's our mission. And then the next page is program title. This is what is that? Is that the description of?
It's almost like a functional
division?
chart, like
Okay.
what would they perform?
So the administration division, these are what would they perform? Is that what this is?
Physical
Okay.
personnel and stuff.
Okay.
Then we have the records,
Oh, okay, administration, and, okay, got it. So you're saying the increase, because I'm seeing there's I'm seeing that there's an increase, in workload output from 25 to 26 will be managed by the additional staff.
yes, and these are conservative numbers, we may be able to
Do more.
perform more. Sorry. It's locked, the
Yeah.
template is locked.
My template's locked. Can't zoom.
So the first budget digest document is a summary. It reflects our 2024 and expenditures and encumbrances, our authorized level for 2025, and what we're gonna request in 2026. The numbers below, full-time FTEs, classified and unclassified, will show the increase in staffing level.
So For example, on this page, page 104 of the fiscal budget for 2026, we see a huge, an office space rental.
Yes,
Oh, that authorized level is just what was approved.
correct.
And then for next year, the governor requests to reduce that by more than half?
Yes, because there'll be two funding sources. On the top, it reads, general fund. So from the general fund, we're requesting to get 74,587. And then on the next column, under special fund, there's 135,412.
That's what we're gonna get, okay. I'm sorry, what is the special fund?
So the special fund, is CLTC Operations Fund and CLTC Survey and Infrastructure Fund that are being discussed or being reflected in our budget requests. Yeah, that's on the breakdown for each fund is on, the next page. Which would, the first, fund would be the CLTC Operations Fund, which is a special fund. And then it has the breakdown.
Has CLTC ever had any federal matches?
No, but currently, we have one federal grant from the Office of Insular Affairs that we've already started to use towards the upgrade of our IT infrastructure. With that grant, we were able to get our website designed and up and running. Now, we will be requesting for a no-cost extension for an additional year due to the accessibility of funds as a result of the new financial system switch. So we're gonna create a end user type software where our constituents will be able to access their information online through login credentials. We're gonna scan all our documents, index them, and they're gonna be,
That's through that grant.
yes, correct.
Is there anyone on your team now that's responsible for sourcing grants, for the
No.
commission?
What we do is, we're fortunate to, sometimes the BSP informs us of the possibility of grants. We do sometimes go out on our own and just Google and try to figure out what is available. But specifically, one person dedicated here for such a task, no.
Or just a responsibility tagged on to, someone else? Okay, no, okay. So there's no scheduled off-island travel?
We don't travel, we don't, we're
It's
not
not in,
authorized.
it's not in the budget.
No, not for us, but for them, there's so much, there might be opportunity.
Yeah, they should go to Hawaii, check out
We-
the
we've
Hawaiian Land Trust.
We've been
Alaska,
asking-
Hawaii, the Indian Reserve, American Indian,
Right,
there's a lot of native nations, that probably have programs that are similar to us.
Right.
And maybe we could use their best practices,
One thing for sure is we've reviewed and continue to re-review the structure of the Department of Hawaiian Homelands, because our program is identical.
Similar to ours.
Just so the board knows, I have already reached out to First Hawaiian Bank and shared our loan guarantee program, because First Hawaiian Bank in Hawaii issues mortgages to the Department of Hawaiian Homeland's constituents. So hopefully, that's another avenue that our constituents will be able to avail, other than Guam Housing or the USDA or its options. We're trying to schedule an appointment to meet with the person responsible for the mortgages with Coast 360. We're just not stopping at what's available or waiting for a response. We're being proactive in it to see where and how and what kind of assistance can be provided, if any. But yes, we will be sharing with Coast 360 our loan guarantee program. And the default note is sort of pure default process, so they have an understanding.
Has COTC ever met formally with, what was that department in Hawaii?
The homeland,
The-
Hawaiian homeland?
Yeah, have you ever, has,
Not myself, but I believe the first director, Mr. Joe Borja, might have,
oh,
just based on the material that I'm reading.
Yeah.
That I believe he
it
might
might
have.
be, good to get a refresher and, even invite them to Guam.
The,
Let them spend their time,
the RCAC representatives.
and we can have a
come.
fiesta for them.
The RCAC representatives, they deal with them directly, they provide us some information. The folks from USDA in Hawaii come, we try to get travel through them, but that hasn't worked yet.
Well, just also so you can share your experiences, I mean, just look in today's agenda with all the, complications in leases, they might have, ways that they streamline their lease, or they might have forms that we can adapt, that would help,
Understood?
yeah.
I've
So I
mentioned
think
that
you
to
should.
him
Yeah,
before, because the law, the CHamoru Land Trust was actually copied
yeah.
from the
So learn from
Hawaiian
them, their
Trust
best practices,
Land
and,
Trust. And they have their difficulties.
yeah, and you can share and how you can overcome those,
I don't see the reason why we can't include something in the travel budget. Doesn't mean we'll use it, but
Yeah,
It's
just
allocated.
yeah,
Well, we can, and we're all for it.
yeah.
The board says yay, no
I mean,
problem.
it's something to consider if,
I mean, it's not gonna be vacation.
yeah, no. They're gonna come back with forms, a nice binder, what we're gonna,
and what they do.
yeah,
Would
what
anyone
we
like,
should be doing here.
would anyone like to make a motion for a
Travel budget,
budget
sure.
amount?
Oh, God, I know.
I mean, it's not to say that it's gonna get approved,
Yeah.
10,000,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Can we buy a ticket with that?
yes, you could.
10,000.
you just go the long way, do the Highland Hopper.
Okay, we'll
And
try
book your
10,000.
ticket 6 months in advance.
No, I think you should increase it.
But just remember, we have per diems.
Yeah, hotel expense.
Hawaii is kind of expensive, I think.
Oh, it's, them in San Francisco or the.
Then you name it.
No, I need someone to make a motion and then second, and then I'll
Oh,
put it
it's,
in.
it's just gonna kind of be a placeholder, so I'll
Yeah.
motion for 20,000.
Okay,
It's subject to approval of the legislature
Anyways,
anyhow,
yeah.
so.
Yeah.
Put it in.
okay. 20?
I agree.
20.
Okay.
And, specifically, for that purpose, to bring best practices back, and how we can.
Yeah, what they do.
You know, that way if they wanna shop, they can shop from the travel.
And also, just so the board knows, we were sent an email from, I believe, the office director of Congressman Moylan's
Mhm.
Washington DC office.
Mhm.
We were thinking, how can we get the benefits that the Department of Homeland gets?
Mhm.
And we come to realize that the creation is done differently. Them congressionally, here was locally. Now, they can recognize CLTC congressionally, the benefits may expand to
And
just
you may be able to qualify for grants,
more grants.
For more federal grant.
yeah,
So,
federal funding.
Yeah, because Hawaiian Land Trust had the approval of the US
Congress.
Congress,
yeah,
whereas Guam did not.
we'll seek more information on how, if there's a possibility to do so.
Because I think that would be also another funding source for infrastructure,
Right.
for horizontal infrastructure.
Mr. Miller, how much more time you got?
2 minutes.
About 8 or 9 minutes.
Okay, so
Okay.
what business do we need to get done?
So-
Okay,
Well,
what
you're-
is, what
when
do we
you're
need to
talking-
look,
you
what's
don't
in the
need me to
beef,
talk about
what's
the
the
budget.
beef in here?
Oh, okay.
Really, it's, the numbers,
Yeah, what
we're
do we
not,
need to look
we're
at?
not exceeding we're not going to hamper the 2026 budget projections in requesting the 1.6 million, $1,645,090. Normally what happens in the process is if one fund is increased, the other fund is decreased. It's almost like a rollover. Although what we're asking the board to consider and approve is to request the continued authorization to use unexpended prior year appropriations to pay for the recruitment in the amount of $728,019. It may not be that amount because depending on insurance, coverage and all that other great stuff, but based on how it's normally prepared, step one, at this bracket for medical and dental.
So we have confirmation that prior year, those prior year funds are cash. I mean, it's available.
It's in the, and if you see on the attached, behind the details that I provided you, this is extracted straight from the government financial system. If you look at the end of the page, or it'll say total budget funds available. So it's extracted from the financial system, it's there. Now, if it's green money or white money, I can't tell you that, but in the system, it's available.
Okay.
So if the board can consider to approve as to the way it's been prepared with addition to the 20,000 for travel, that will be great.
When we earmark that 20,000 for travel, does that include, is that strictly just airfare, or is it also going to include, hotel and per diem?
Per diem.
And possible car rental.
Yeah.
If it's in that allowable cost or the
It
allowable.
is allowable, car, transportation is
Transportation,
allowed.
yeah.
DOA is very, is good at and great at policing what's allowed. and
So
what's
maybe
not allowed.
20 is not enough.
Maybe we ask for 20, if they give us, we come back next year and ask for a little more. There's always a like supplemental budget we can ask for and stuff.
Bump it up 30. You can always say no.
Make a motion.
Make the motion.
Have to make a motion.
Make the
Second.
motion.
Okay, my motion is to increase the travel allotment from 0 to 30,000.
From 20 to 30, yes.
Oh, we did the okay, from 20 to 30. An additional allotment of 10,000.
Okay. Anyone second?
I second it.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Since I brought up the question of why do we travel.
You know, when I was with the government, San Francisco and Hawaii and New York were at that category where the regular per diem was not sufficient, because cost of living in those areas was extremely high.
So you must have just been eating hot dogs,
What?
Commissioner.
What?
Hot dog and Doritos.
That's what I mean, $12 hot dogs. So is there an increase? I didn't notice that there was any remarkable increase from the budget from last year to this year to the budget that you're presenting.
Really, like I mentioned earlier, if there's,
It's just this.
it's a slight increase in terms of not factoring in the recruitments. Like I said, and Mr. Ross would know because he worked in the government, and Mr. Garrido, for line agencies, it's very slight increase. It's almost like a rollover.
You're lucky if you get extra.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if the board can consider the amount that has already been prepared, to include the $30,000 for travel, that should suffice for you to submit the budget requests.
Are you asking for a motion or?
No, I just looked up.
I think he's ready to go.
No, I was just looking up,
It should be sufficient, right?
no, I was just looking, United's current round trip airfare to Honolulu and back says $1,900.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's 2,000 now, minimum.
Is that full economy, or is that just?
That's economy.
That's
That's
just,
all the way
no,
back.
that's just,
Really?
Honest.
Yeah, I've been researching
Flights,
flights to Arizona, and I've been finding $1,600 flights. so.
because your destination is the mainland.
Oh,
If
wow.
your
So
destination
more expensive to go to Hawaii, huh?
yeah,
Yes, if your destination is only Hawaii,
Wow.
yeah,
Interesting.
because the only way you can get there is on United.
right.
The only way you can go cheaper is you book through Philippine Airlines.
Yes.
Do a hopper.
Yeah,
If the board can consider a motion and
No, that would be in the travel expenses itself, but we need the money in the budget
No, but
first.
for the
so
budget
you're asking us to
request,
make a motion to approve the budget request, to
its
include the
form.
$30,000.
to include the 30,000.
We did.
Only the 30?
Yeah,
we-
I make a motion to, approve the budget request to include the $30,000 in travel.
I thought we did that.
No, only the 30.
30,000 for travel budget.
Now you're approving the entire budget.
Entire budget.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
So, okay, thank you.
So what happens to the last agenda
about this?
item? Do we
We'll
ju-
table the rest.
That just falls over? Do we need
For
to
the
make a
next
motion to do that?
If you
or-
guys would like to table it, and then it'll carry over into the next, we'll make sure it carries over. to
Which
the
one,
next.
the
To the
partial?
22nd.
Yeah,
So C,
Yes, that's the only outstanding, right? I make a motion to carry over item C, FY 25 appropriation of $9 million for parcels A through K as listed on the agenda to the next board meeting.
I second the motion.
all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried.
motion.
Motion to adjourn.
I second. Oh, I make a motion to adjourn, sorry. Thank you.
Yay. How did we do? How did we do? It's our
You
first
second.
board meeting.
It's
It's
like-
All in
seconded.
favor, say aye.
Aye.
How big is the next agenda?
We'll scale it
I'm
back.
here.
Oh, wow.
The next agenda is all the commercial properties.
So we need to really move quick.
5:31.
5:30.
Yeah, we'll look at it, we'll scale it back, definitely, Chairwoman, we need to meet you tomorrow to finalize the agenda, because we need to publish by Monday. But we'll go through it and we'll scale it back.